All right. That is a thing that happened. I hit that button and it says on my screen, it does. It says, I am live on YouTube. This is wild to me because I can't see it happening. However, it swears it is. It swears it is happening. It shows me my duration of stream, my megabits per second, baud per second, my frame rate. And yet, I don't actually see a live stream right now. That's super weird to me too, which also makes me wonder, what am I streaming in? No, it does say something went live, and I can see it. I do see it. So it streamed in a prefab stream that I had set up. God, I want to say a couple years ago, and I thought maybe I could do a live stream on YouTube, but I didn't pursue it much after that. Maybe a year and a half or so. And we went in, set up all the YouTube stuff, and then I never hit the button. That stream is called Ceci n'est pas un stream. This is not a stream. And it was something that I set up in a previous stream. So that's weird. But there it is. I can see it. I've got live chat clean and clear. I got sorry, I'm looking away from my microphone, so I'm talking into it. Live chat is up. I am live on the platform. It is going. Twitch is still going. We're already pretty successful. That's pretty exciting. I'm pretty excited about that. So that makes me want to go to the next phase. The next phase is, can we do this in another platform at the same time? And this is where I start to get where I must hate myself to want to do it this way, because I don't know why anybody would do this kind of a stress test on a Friday night with nothing planned to show for it. Added security, a 2FA. That was a 2-factor for this particular stream, but I've got my 2-factor authenticator app ready for just such an occasion. So we'll go in. We will 2-factor in, because I don't think I've logged into this service on the website before. Go to this channel here. Great, looks great. Looks empty, but fine. And yeah, we are actually, it was surprisingly painless to go into both Twitch and YouTube together at the same time. So that's rather nice. It's appealing. It's wonderful that that happened that way. That's very exciting news that we can make that happen. So the next thing I want to try, next thing I want to make sure I can try, is I'm going to do the same thing again and hit start. I haven't even mentioned that this could be on the docket. I added this idea in the last week, and tonight we're going to test it. So I'm going to hit start on Kick. If you know Kick, you know. If you don't know Kick, it's kick.com. It's where we live in an alternate ego, in an alternate world. And the stream there, which I didn't choose the title for, is called My First Stream. That is exactly what it is. So I can see myself now. Everything's working fine on Twitch. Everything's working fine on YouTube. Everything's working fine on Kick. And to my understanding, I'm not creating problems with the bandwidth for my other streamers. I will send Mary, please let me know if bandwidth issues tonight. I will send Oz, please let me know if bandwidth issues tonight, because I am taking up 3 different streams in one go right now is what we're doing tonight. That we are testing multi-streaming functionality in OBS. The way we ended up doing this was I watched some researchy videos for people who are way more clever than I am in this regard. We found a very nice plugin for OBS that allows the remote use of other what's the word I'm looking for? Other streaming profiles. Basically, you get the stream key and the URL for the place that you need to send off to, and OBS handles one scene, takes care of all that. It's done the scene, it's shooting that information to your primary location, and all this little relaying plugin does is it grabs all that same information. Your computer's already done all the busy work, compiling and creating the image, the graphics, the soundscape, and everything. Oh, soundscape. Maybe we should have a little something in the background. Perhaps we will find something royalty free. So I really don't want to do anything that we can't afford. So it's just one plugin. That's actually pretty amazing. The plugin is pretty simplistic. It has like a little dock that pops up in OBS. If you're used to using OBS, you know you can have docks either inside of the actual window, or you can actually pop them out to create a layout the way you might kind of want to. And once you've done that with this new, not a new plugin, but an old plugin that I'm trying for the first time, so it's new to me. All it says is multiple output. You can add new targets. Then you just enter in stream key and URL for that service. It's there. You call it whatever you want to call it. I named mine. Surprise, surprise. My Twitch profile is called Twitch. My YouTube multiple output is called YouTube, and my kick is called Kick. Hey, that makes it super easy for me. I don't know about you guys. But yeah, that's how that happened. And I hit live. You can also hit a start all. You can also set up your other streams to start whenever you hit start stream on OBS. So if you're comfortable just hitting start and just going live everywhere, immediately saying hello to everybody all at once in one go live. Hey, cool, you've done it. You press one button. I think you have to press 2 because it says, are you sure you want to start? Right? They always warn you, are you sure you want to do this? And then you say, yeah, I want to do this. Let's go. And bada bing, bada boom, you're multi-platform. And so right now, so far, I'm talking to my 2 other streamers under this roof. They aren't complaining about bandwidth issues, and I'm live on 3 different platforms at the same time. Pretty good. That's actually pretty nice, pretty easy. For anybody who's like a beginner streamer that you might think that you want to work an angle where you reach out to as many different people as possible. You think that you have broad mass appeal, I suppose, and that you're not just somebody that Twitch might love. What's the 3rd platform? Right now we are on Twitch, YouTube, and kick.com. All 3 at the same time, all live, all working. If you want to help see the stress test and make sure, there's nothing weird or funky going on, you already know my Twitch URL. YouTube URL is youtube.com/DamienHalme or youtube.com/@DamienHalme if the first one doesn't work, but I think I have the legacy URL as well because I was there since 2014. And the kick.com URL is kick.com/DamienHalme. It's no surprise. Anything that's going to be branded by me, I get my first name, last name in as fast as I can so that nobody else can steal it. Not that anybody would, because it's not your name, it's mine. But if you can see me live on all those, if the sound's coming through okay, if it looks like everything's going all right, then hey, I'm looking at it myself. I'm seeing so far it looks like everything's working pretty good. The functionality was quick. It was easy. And now that we have done 3 things very quick and easy and nothing broke, this makes me want to do a 4th thing and really see just how break-y we can get but this one might be a little extra tricky. So what I'm gonna try to do here is stream on 4 platforms. That's right. Yeah, I kept this pretty under wraps, not least of which because a significant portion of what I'm doing in testing tonight, I've never heard of Kick. Wow. Well, I'm teaching you new things. I have a feeling when you pop onto Kick, what you're going to see is a palette swapped version of a website you're very accustomed to. Nothing's going to feel out of place. Everything's going to feel roughly familiar to you, but the colors will look different. It's not the first time I've ever had that experience before, too. I've seen it in a number of places where somebody has a great idea and somebody else says, I also have that great idea, but in the opposite color on the color wheel. So, test number 4 is going to be hitting a go live button in a 4th place at the same time. We're going to try this. I have my DMs to my other 2 streamers under this roof. I am very carefully monitoring their situation. I feel like I'm some sort of like a triage doctor here. Like, all right, I got bleeding patient over here. That person's holding on to their arm, otherwise it's gonna fall off. And that person's like, lots of red strawberry jam. And I'm gonna go over here and also, take in this new person here too. So we're gonna try this. We're gonna try this, and we're gonna see how it do. I'm hitting go live on my 4th streaming platform and see how this do. Okay. So that one did not work, and it says why, and I'll explain too. Shall we do this? Shall we show what happened here? I think we ought to. Let's what I'm gonna do is add a display capture here. Hopefully center display is actually center display. If it's not, that should be okay too. Well, let's close this just in case. There's one thing I want to make sure, if it's not the right display, I don't show. That is the right display. Okay, great. So I'm gonna make that visible while my head is still here on the screen too. So what I pulled up, this is number 4, and this is the one that failed, and we'll have to do a little bit of investigation to find out what it was that happened here. But I was able to download TikTok Live Studio. This is something that I was told if you aren't stream ready on TikTok, if they don't have you as a streamable person, then you won't be able to even download Live Studio. You'll go to the download link. It'll say, hey, this application is not available for you. But it was available for me. I was able to download it. I was able to create, through another plugin that we installed, a vertical scene that is everything that uses all OBS OBS resources, and you can make your own sidekick vertical stream. And most people use this to record clips that they'll then upload as YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels, and TikTok videos, and just sort of like bring that into the world. However, you can also send your verticality out. I've got my main screen for OBS and then my little sidekick for OBS. If I bring this out and show you, it's just the same thing as you see here in the TikTok Studio. But I have TikTok Live Studio up here. It shows me CPU usage, which is actually pretty phenomenal. And the reason why it's so low, you probably can't see this, especially if you're on mobile, but it's only like 2% CPU usage. The reason is I didn't actually build any scenes in TikTok Studio, Live Studio. From what I understand, this is like OBS, but resource heavy. So if you do get into streaming in TikTok Live Studio, definitely check out how to just send your data from OBS via this verticality plugin that we've installed. I don't remember the name of it, but if you look up using OBS to stream on TikTok, you will absolutely find it, because it wasn't hard for me to do research to figure this one out. And yeah, so you set up everything in OBS. The only thing you set up here in TikTok Live Studio is a virtual camera. It's the OBS virtual camera. That's pretty simplistic. So getting the thing that I have up there is remarkably easy. It's setting it up in OBS that takes time and a little bit of thought. You can see one thing that's kind of annoying is we have this alert box that shows like no matter what. And I don't know, do we hide the source? I guess we can hide it. But then if I ever got an alert on TikTok, you wouldn't be able to see it. So you want to put that up there. That's already something I dislike, that it's an invisible source, but it gives you a graphic of it sitting there when it's not doing anything. So the unfortunate part with this is shows last live data, my live chat. It has all of these things. I could do a quick poll, which we can't do because we're not live. All these things that look like this should be easy to just get out and go. Let's check out stream quality here. Can I make this a little bit bigger? You probably don't need to see me, my face chatting while we sort of rummage through this. Let's pull this out a little bit bigger and see what we can do. I'll full screen the app too, so it's a little bit easier to engage with everything that we're looking at here. So it shows upload. Upload network speed. I know it's poor. It's because we have asymmetrical upload download. You could see that obviously, but ping is good. Memory usage is fine. It's doing okay there. Video quality is great. Stream latency, we're not going to do. Codec compatibility. Yeah, we already did a stream quality path. Hotkeys we super don't need. But what's interesting is it says offline and go live. If we hit go live, it says, oh, this is new. Actually, this is new. We've hit this button only once tonight, and it said, you can't go. I don't know what it said. You can't go live. That's not what it said, but it said something to that nature of you can't go live. I'm like, okay, well, that's easy enough. Look at that. There's almost no lag. There's a little bit of lag. If I move my hand fast, you can see it breaks from OBS. So my signal to that whatever platform you're watching me in is faster, and TikTok's just a little bit slower. I think it started a little bit when you did what you did. Interesting. So not sure what that did, but then it recovered and kept going. Okay. I mean, hell, just the fact that we are live on 3 platforms that are all, what do you call it? 4x3. I don't know the proper ratios for the, we're in 3 landscape mode, streams live. That's pretty fantastic. And it's doing all those pretty nicely. So now this is weird. This says something different, and I kind of want to go through this with everybody because this could be a learning experience for you guys too. Perhaps we can all learn from this. It says get access to go live, which would be nice. To renew the access, you need to meet the access requirements. Let's see what those are, shall we? Let's kind of go into a whole browser just within the live studio. So you need to get 7-day access first. This is new. I looked all over online to find out what sort of requirements there might have been for live streaming in TikTok, and I found things that were about streaming with a subscription, which I wasn't pushing for. I was just pushing to get anything, just regular live, not live with subscribers or anything like that. So we can ask for a 7-day trial access, which is interesting. Apparently you need, when you only have 14-day access, this is super confusing. Let's talk about the 7-day first. All right, just trying to go live on 4 platforms. We are live on 3. Have at least 10,000 followers. That hasn't happened yet. Go live for 1 time in the last 30 days. I don't know how you can do that if you can't go live in the first place. But each live is at least 25 minutes. That's easy for me. We usually do 4-hour streams on my channels, so not a problem there. The other things, live access suspended for less than 1 times in the last 30 days. Okay, so we can only act a fool one time every 2 months, and we'll be all right. Live studio access currently not suspended or revoked. Seems like that's fine. And I've had a TikTok account for at least 30 days, and I have. All right, we can pull that away. The 180-day access requirements, super weird that they only give you. You need to get 7-day, then you'll be automatically renewed for 180 days after meeting further requirements. Okay. When you have 14-day access, I don't know what that is because it's not the above requirement at all. It's a missing requirement somewhere in there. Then live studio access not suspended or revoked during your 7-day period. Super confusing there too. Seems like there's just a copy editor that changed a previous requirement and then they didn't fix it. Go live with live studio for at least 2 times. Easy. To get access for another 80 days, all you need is to go live for 2 times in the last 30 days. Also easy. They just want regular content creators getting up on here. However, the big requirement... Oh, hang on. Let's talk about revoking too. You'll lose access to live studio if there are repeated violations of the community guidelines or if you don't meet the requirements to go live with live studio. Okay, you can get access to go live again if you meet the access requirements. The big access requirement, this one's kind of the tricky one to actually do a live stream. This seems super curious and odd to me because every other platform that does live streaming allows some sort of live to happen in a really low stakes scenario. So this is a really, I don't know, is this a Chinese concept, since it is a Chinese-based company, that you will not be able to show your face live to people until you have 10K followers. That's more followers than I have on my other platforms combined. For now. But you know, we look to change that. So okay. To renew access, we can't renew, but thank you. Now we know what the requirements are. We'll probably have to shelf table this one for a while, but it's good to know how to do that thing. So who wants to buy me 10,000 followers? Just kidding. Don't buy followers. Do not do it. Don't even think about it. All right. We are going to put that away. Actually, what we could do is let's put that away entirely. Bring up another source. Can we bring it back in here? Center display. I have a feeling it's going to take over everything at first, but we'll try this. Yes, add. Yes, it did. So first thing it needs to do is not be so stretched. Can you just fit my screen? Thank you. All right. And then next, we just need to bring it in line. Is that in line? Now we've got everything on top of it that needs to be on top of it. Good. Yeah, that works out well. That works out nicely. So, somewhat successful. I would say I'm pretty happy with the success that we've gotten in that we were able to get three streams live in one go. That's not bad. That's not bad. And that took remarkably little work to make this happen. I think that also means going forward, starting with the end of the current game cycle that we're doing in Twitch at twitch.tv/DamianHome. For those of you that are watching me from the other platforms, when we finish those game cycles, we will start the next games that we have in rotation on 3 platforms. TikTok's going to be like, that's going to have to be a long-term goal for us, obviously. But we can at least start with getting to Twitch, YouTube, and Kick regularly, all 3, all at once, all at the same time. I think we can make that happen. So it's good to know. Good to know. I think that was a lot of weight off my back. That only took the whole stress test and everything. Oh, we have an ad break. Apologies for those of you on Twitch that are getting stuck watching an ad right now. Because I'm just going to keep talking. The whole thing, the whole test, me sort of hyping things up too, and very cautiously auditing all of my own work, was a total of 32 minutes. And now that the testing is done and the TikTok portion is shelved for a hot minute, that also means that when we go live with all 3 platforms, it is literally just pressing my start stream button and hit OK to confirm, and you're done. That's it. You're just done. It's pretty seamless and pretty amazing. I don't think I could ask for a better scenario than that. So I think going forward, that's going to be the new 2024 plan. This is something that was not announced in the 2024 stream because I was operating under 5-month-old information when I started coming up with what the plans were going to be for 2024. And once they were there, once all of that was done, I thought I knew the world, and I did not know the world. The world knew me better than I knew the world. I'm going to move my logo out of the way. It's kind of invading. It tickles. The feathers tickle. Yeah, this actually worked pretty phenomenally. So this is a new section of 2024 content for us. Well, since I also didn't have anything particularly planned for the evening either, I'm going to do a couple of things that were not part of the main plan. I think what we are going to do, because I don't have this set up for all 3 streams per se, and I don't want to go into any of the games that we're currently live in progression and storyline on, is we may continue with our puzzle gaming from last Friday. We may do some other things. I do need to hop into Final Fantasy XIV because it's been a really long time since I've done that. I found this quiz, and I'm kind of curious because to me, this is something that particularly people who were raised in American households are not good enough at. Oh, this does a weird thing when you. So this is a test on the, what was this again? The 195 states recognized by the United Nations. And by states, they mean countries, for those of you that don't know, sort of like the word states. So countries of the world, 195 of them, just the ones that are recognized by the UN. So if we go through this and you find that your country or your parents, your ancestors' country was not represented in the search, it's not my fault. I don't work for the UN. I didn't choose which countries are part of this and which were not. Likewise, if I take this test and I position myself in front of you as somebody who is capable of seeing things on a map and reacting accordingly with the right country to the name, and then I miss yours, don't take that as a slight. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. I know a lot of countries. I think I would do fairly good at a test like this. I kind of want to give it a shot just for the shiggles, just to prove to me that I could do fairly well. I'm going to say if I get anything over 80%, I'm going to be pleased with myself. And if I get anything under 80%, I will be disappointed with myself. That's about the level of where I am comfortable sort of going back into my geographical knowledge. Like, what I do is, in life, I'm 3 things right now. I'm an entertainer and creative sort of person. So yes, that. I work in a really boring like day job in computer sort of field with analysis involved, you know, so not coding per se, but sort of like business decisions with platforms and analytics and some light coding and configuring of things, like, and automations, that sort of thing. It's, you know, it's not geographical. So content creation, analytics, and then the third thing is just trying to be a good parent, trying to be a better parent, you know, then you always try to do better and better than what you got, better than what your family, your ancestors got. You just try to improve and keep other people improving along the way. That's part of this. So I can't say I know my geography, I know my history, I know my planet in the political sphere very well, or I know much about the UN and the decisions and everything that they make. I'm not that person, but I have a nearly photographic memory. I know they've disproven the term of an actual photographic memory, so I don't think I have that, but I have a pretty good memory. And I'm fairly convinced that if I knew something in high school about a country, chances are I still know it today. Now, some of these countries weren't countries when I was in high school, so there's that. And there's definitely places, I'm seeing a lot of dots in the Caribbean and the South Pacific that if I heard the name of the island in question, I could probably guess like where it is, like which ocean it might be in, but then where among the other islands that dot is going to be, I foresee that being kind of a problematic thing. But it's worth trying. It's worth trying. So we'll give it a shot. We'll see how well I do, and then we'll move on to something that's probably like more of a real game. But I really want to give this a shot. I really want to try this out. Let's just go for it. Okay, I'm going to refresh to give me a new timer too. But I'm going to talk my way through it. So the timer, I don't think I'm going to really care that much about unless I come back to this again, try this another day and see how we do some other day. We'll give it a shot. Okay, so first one is click on Palestine. I presume if you do control and zoom, control and mouse wheel, you can zoom. So Palestine, if we hover over that area, I imagine that's Israel. And then the dot inside is Palestine. That's going to be my best guess. If you don't know where Israel and Palestine are right now, problems. You have some problems keeping up with modern current events. Yeah. Mauritius, I believe, is on the Atlantic coast in West Africa over here. It's kind of large, chunky bit that's underneath. Well, I don't want to say the other names of the other nations I might know. I believe Mauritius is this one right here. All right. No, that's Mauritania. I'm wrong. Mauritius, an island off of Madagascar, perhaps. It was second try. Interesting. So if you missed the first time, it marks your dot in a yellow to let you know. I guess it's like, you know, white, yellow, I presume red if you fail miserably, to try to know where something is. Oh, we're starting off with hard ones already. First of all, the fact that I knew Mauritius was off Madagascar here. Oh no, I named another country before I actually did it. I impressed myself. Tonga, got a feeling like Tonga is going to be somewhere in Oceania off of Papua New Guinea's coast. As far as where, is it more on the south side? It was. Okay. All right. I'm feeling good. The Gambia, I have a Gambian friend, so this helps. The Gambia is named after the Gambia River, why the word "the" is in there. And this river is right here in the middle of this other nation, and it's got its own sovereign area because of that. So that I know. Still haven't tried Gambian food, though. I need that friend of mine to let me know where some good places are to go. Kazakhstan, unfortunately made famous by Borat, but it's this big chunk right underneath Russia. Very, very large amount of land. Most of it is not really nice to live on, but it's big. And it's connected to that sea that's basically not there and is definitely not this size anymore. So I don't know why they drew it so big on the map. That's Kazakhstan. Hey, it turns full white. I think that was the first big nation that we've clicked so far. So if it goes full white, that means we've got it right. Sri Lanka. The SR, by the way, this one's kind of interesting to me. Are we going to do this? We're going to do like a full tour of what I have to say about each nation. I guess we are, just for shiggles. So the SR in Sri Lanka is a common beginning word for words that came from the Sanskrit language. And you might know of a famous red hot sauce that has a rooster on it on the logo that also starts with an SR. And if it was pronounced in Sanskrit, it would be pronounced like this nation, Sri Lanka. It'd be called Sri Racha is the name of the sauce. However, the sauce is not in a Sanskrit speaking nation. It's in a historically Sanskrit speaking nation. Over here, this is Thailand. And in Thailand, they don't pronounce the R because it's hard. It's hard to say Shri in other countries anyways. I can pronounce it okay, I guess. Maybe I can't. Somebody who speaks Sanskrit, let me know if I'm pronouncing it well. So in Thailand, they pronounce that port city where the sauce was created, Sriracha. They don't say that first R, Sriracha. And so the sauce is really called Sriracha because it's named after the port, and the port is pronounced the way the Thai people pronounce it. They drop that first R. So if you ever hear somebody say Sriracha or Sriracha, they're saying it wrong. If you're going to name it after, the name of the city. Anyways, this little island right here, that's Sri Lanka. Their flag has a really cool lion. You can kind of see it there, but it's kind of small at the same time. Switzerland. Switzerland is... I think everybody sort of in America knows Europe loosely. I know Europe a little bit more because my family is from Europe just 2 generations ago. So it's, I have family members that are 1 generation above me that speak 2 languages, and then 2 generations above me that didn't really speak English. So we're a little bit newer to America than some other families are. And I think as a result, maybe I know Europe. I know Europe maybe a little bit more intimately, having come over more recently. So if Switzerland's one of those, it is in the middle. It's mountainous, so more middle Europe, as you might imagine. But what you might not know is which of these middle nations it is. I think if you keep in mind that it borders France, which is kind of a weird thing to think of. I don't think people know or cohere to the idea that Switzerland and France are hugging. They are. It should be right here. Yeah. Ecuador is the Spanish word for equator, so it can only be one of the nations that's along the equator, which is right about here. It turns out it's also has to be in a place where they speak Spanish too. So that kind of rules out Indonesia. It kind of rules out most of this sub-Saharan Africa area where some places could speak Spanish, but they don't. Most of them speak Portuguese or French or Swahili. So it turns out it is in South America. And the only one that's like basically right on the equator and nowhere else is this little guy over here, basically just straddling the equator. Hence Ecuador. Good name. Serbia. Serbia is one of those nations. I had a friend in olden times who said his family came from Yugoslavia. And Yugoslavia does not exist anymore. Several of these nations, kind of in a cluster east of Italy, used to be part of Yugoslavia, and now Yugoslavia is no more. So we know that it's probably one of those, if you don't know where Serbia is. From my recollection, it is the big one out of all of what Yugoslavia used to be. I think it's this one kind of more inland here. Am I right? Yes, I am. Okay, good. Samoa. That is a nation that America owns part of, which is crazy for me to think of. And it's definitely in the Pacific. Now, which one of these is Samoa versus which one is America? I'm not sure I necessarily remember. Might be this tiny one here because, I think it is. Because if you go east-west here, when you hover over this, it also hovers over Hawaii up there. Interesting, right? So this is America, and that's America. This one next to it must be Samoa. Did I just cheat? I think I just cheated. That's okay. I mean, you'd have to know that American Samoa is part of America, though, too. Ethiopia. This one's big in the news today because they're possibly looking to try to pull a Russia. The fine folks here, known for amazing coffee and a history of never being colonized by a European force and turned into slaves, they also do not consider themselves black Africans. They consider this as part of Africa, but then when you say African, they think you mean other people. Ethiopia is like its own thing that's distinct from Africa. Or so I've heard from some folks from here. It looks like in the news, basically, it seems to be hinting at they are looking to stop a terrorist insurrection that's in the north part of the country here. And then they're also looking to just keep going with the flow. If they're already like armed to the teeth and going north, then they're just going to keep going north and take over this little strip of land, which used to be Ethiopia, but got independence recently, only decades ago. And Ethiopia is like, nah, what if you were Ethiopia again? And as far as we're concerned, the UN's probably busy with the whole Israel thing and the whole Ukraine thing. They're not going to come all the way down here. I guess they're right. Jordan is one of those nations that's trying to decide what it wants to do in life. Does it want to be allied with powers in the West or more allied with the Arab nations and OPEC and all of that? Who's it going to side with? We don't know. But it's right here. Right against the Jordan River. Hence the name. Peru. We're going back to South America. Okay. Peru is... I don't know how I remember this, but it's just kind of bean shaped or something. I don't know. It's here. Mountainous. Great food. Lots of great Chinese cuisine in Peru. If you need to go to a good Chinese takeout restaurant, you go to Peru to get it. If you're around this area, probably. Otherwise, just go to China, maybe. Oh no, that was Paraguay. I clicked the wrong thing. Now I'm doubting myself. Wait, that's Bolivia. Oh my God, yeah, I was on the West Coast. Paraguay, right. Oof. Another yellow, another besmirchment to my total score. Wait, it says your score here already? 87%. Okay, I feel okay. Colombia, I have some Colombian friends. At one point in the history of doing demographics and sociology on the world, they said Colombians were the happiest people on the face of the earth. I think that might have been the fact that there's a lot of cocaine that runs through this area, lots of drug production, but there's also a very happy quality of life. Colombia is also where the movie Encanto was based in during the, what was it called? The 1,000-Day War? Yeah. So that was crazy. Like a civil war happened in Colombia. And I think they lost. Boom. Indonesia. My first best friend from high school was from Indonesia. His family was from the big island here, down here called Jakarta. And, oh, Jakarta is the city. Sorry. Sumatra? Yeah. Also great coffee in this area too. And Indonesia is huge. I can't imagine that it's like, if you'd say, oh, if you've met one Indonesian, you've met them all. There's so many different islands. Everybody's so separated from each other. So many subcultures here. There's no way you meet two Indonesians. They're nothing alike. And actually, that's true of anybody, right? You meet two people from any nation, literally anywhere. There's no way they are going to be alike. Hello, Sylvanus. What's going on? What's good in your world? We are just trying to see if I know the nations of the world. See if I can remember back to geography times and what kind of percentage I can pull testing myself on something that literally nobody probably does when you know graduate, but we're gonna try it anyway. All right, El Salvador. Is in Central America, and I think it's the tiny one, little guy down here on the Pacific, facing south, all squished up, not much land. Is that right? I don't have much else to say about it. I don't think I know that much else. Yes. Okay. Yemen, big in news today. Actually huge in news, especially if you live in the United States. U.S. Forces are shooting rockets and stuff because there's a terrorist group on the west coast of Yemen, and they are trying to attack trade ships in the Red Sea. Not cool. So America is like, okay, well, we're going to, shoot the crap out of you guys and try to make you stop. So lots of Yemeni situation in the news. Austria. So Austria used to be part of an empire with Hungary, but as far as like where exactly it is, I think it's not connected to Hungary, which I think is over Europe. Actually, that would be Hungary, yeah, and then Austria here. Austria, I think I remember I was having this little like panhandle too, and that touches Germany. because Austrian and German are kind of like closely related languages. Just the linguist in me kind of recalls that. So yes. Okay, cool. Zimbabwe, back. We're going to sub-Saharan Africa this time. And Zimbabwe is... This is Mozambique. This is... That's Kenya for sure. Is this Zimbabwe? Oh, man. Sub-Saharan Africa is a weak spot for me. I don't know as many... I haven't made as many friends in the world from this area. This, I think, is Zambia. So it's another Z name. That makes it a little more tricky. I'm going to go with this and take a stab. Damn, that's Tanzania. Okay. Bad guess. Then it is this. Second guess was right. Zambia right above it, Zimbabwe. Two Z's right next to each other. I do categorize things in my brain alphabetically. That makes it a little tricky. And I sort of know some of the neighbors, but obviously not well enough. I should have known that was Tanzania. But for some reason, that was a blind spot in my head too. I just don't know enough people from these countries to keep them well separated in my head. Bangladesh, that is one I definitely know. This was part of the UK Kingdom of India once upon a time, broke off and got its independence when the UK finally granted independence to them. And they're definitely a country that has massive resources but has been historically oppressed for a long time and has superpowers on either side, a very militant, powerful government in this nation over here, and then these guys are becoming nationalist in some parties in the government, which not a fan of. Makes it a hard place to be right here on the map these days. Cameroon, that's going to be back in Africa, West Coast Africa. Cameroon is, I believe it has a panhandle too, if I remember right. It's this little guy right here with this handle that slides on up here. Not quite sure what's up there. I kind of want to know. Maybe we'll do a deep dive one day and figure that out. But good. Okay. Yes, that was Cameroon. Tajikistan. Anything with Stan, your best guess is probably going to be it's like somewhere in or around Europe. So we're going to give it a shot. So, sorry, did I say in and around Europe? In and around Russia. I must have streamer brain. In and around Russia because the former SSR states all have Stan at the end of them. Now, which one of these is Tajikistan? This one, I believe, Turkmen, Uzbek. This is Afghanistan for sure. So I believe it's one of these two. Tajiki. I'm going to go with... Man, between these two, this feels like Kyrgyzstan. This one then? But the little panhandle? I love panhandle states. These are like hugging panhandles, like they're holding hands. I'm going to guess it's this one. Oh, okay. Tuvalu. All right. This one I know because I have kids. Tuvalu is the nation where they pulled the language of the kids. The language for the music in the movie Moana. And my kids are addicted and they're learning the Tuvaluan words in the Moana songs. They're young enough that Moana is actually like an old movie, but they don't know that, and we're not going to tell them because we like watching it. Anyway, so Tuvalu is definitely South Pacific because Moana is definitely a Pacific sort of thing. Now, which one of these is it? This one's going to be a lot harder for me because I do not know this area nearly well enough. I got two pretty good. One of them I kind of cheated, but I'm gonna think I don't think it's this far east because I think Tuvalu might be a protectorate of New Zealand, so it might be somewhere more close to due north of New Zealand. Do we want to try this one? Ho, 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 ho. All right, that was crazy good guess. Stupid good guess actually, because I don't think that we deserve. I don't think we deserve that point, but we got it anyway. We stole it. We stole that point. Okay. That's Marshall Islands. That's got to be down here too, I think. Crap, Marshall. Marshall's one of those names where it's like, did you come and colonize the Pacific, or did you come and colonize the Caribbean? Is it this top one here? Or is that Solomon Islands? White people going around taking over other people's land. Okay, that was it. It was Marshall. All right, cool. Guinea-Bissau. There are 3 nations in all in West Africa that have the term Guinea on them. There is Guinea, there is Guinea-Bissau, and there is Equatorial Guinea. I think that's right. I think Bissau is this sort of like arcing one. It's like half-eaten donut. I'm sorry if you come from one of these nations and I refer to your nation by some sort of shape and it's not the shape that you were hoping I'd call it. I'm sorry, it's just how my brain works. Guinea-Bissau. Damn, that one was Guinea. Oh no. Now which one's Guinea-Bissau then? I got them mixed up in my head. Is it the little guy? It is. Okay, yeah, it's the little guy just south of the Gambia, but not attached to the Gambia because that's being surrounded by a whole other nation there. Nauru, absolutely South Pacific. It super sounds South Pacific name. As far as which one it is, I have this feeling like it's nearer to Papua New Guinea, but I don't know which. Is it due north? That's Palau. Is it due east? It was. Okay, well, yellow. I'm still not getting anything worse than yellow, so I feel pretty good about this. Like, second guessing so far has been the most I've had to do. If it's not the first guess, it is the second guess. Jamaica, if you live in the US, this is probably not too hard. If you've been on a cruise or anything to the Caribbean, then it's probably even easier. But Jamaica is smaller among the big islands, but it's not like one of these. It's got like a tiny dot. It's right below Cuba there, so not too hard. It does get a dot though. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, that's Jamaica for sure. I studied linguistics at university, and I took a Creoles and Pidgin language, and I did a master research paper in that class on the Jamaican patois. So I also just happened to like immediately gravitate toward there. Love the language that they speak. It's really beautiful. It's really beautiful. It has some really cool grammatical structures and language structures in it. Saudi Arabia, big important nation to a lot of other nations. I don't care where you're from, you probably know where it is. It's also one where like the whole populace just does a T. It's just like this coast and like a stretch that goes across the middle to get to the other ocean here, and that's it. Like everything else is some real bad deserts. So yeah, that's where almost everybody lives. It looks big, but hard to live in. Djibouti is right where we were talking about possible future war here in Ethiopia. I have a feeling from what I remember, I know the US has a base here. I think China has a military base here. A number of countries are kind of like active in this area, and as a result, they're well protected from a lot of the craziness that's going around them, and so they sort of stay abstaining and pleasant with the greater trade of the world. Good on you, I guess. Angola, that's going to be well to the south of in South Africa. Big coast, big interior, big nation that I know unfortunately very little about. Malaysia, beautiful language, really cool culture, spans across 2 different areas, very different from each other. It's kind of interesting. So you've got this like peninsular Malaysia over here, and then this Borneo Malaysia over on this side, which borders Indonesia, and this other little dot here that we'll talk about later. It's kind of cool. I have a couple contacts I know from Malaysia. Wouldn't say anybody like a close friend though. Belize, this is the one English as an official language nation in Central America, which is kind of interesting, right? It's this little guy right here underneath the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico. Kenya also has English as maybe an official language in addition to Swahili, and it is this over here, famous for like luring Americans into coming over to do like a safari. You go to Kenya and you pay somebody to drive you around in a Jeep and see animals. I guess. Ooh, Rwanda. Anybody ever play Cards Against Humanity? There's this card from like the original card deck of Cards Against Humanity that's about the conflict between the Hutus and the Tutsis, and it's supposed to just sound funny because nobody who are those people? What a weird name. Rwanda is against this body of water, but it's these two nations that used to be part of like a whole, and then they got independence from each other because they were very different tribes, and they were committing like real bad violence in this area. Very, very bad. I think Rwanda's the southern of the two. Damn it, that one's Burundi. I must have got them flipped. Okay. Burundi being the other. Okay. Second guess got it right. Panama, I have a good friend from college who's Panamanian, and he moved back there after he lived in the U.S. for a good while. It's split by a huge canal right there in the middle that the U.S. came down and made. And so people can travel between Atlantic and Pacific faster. Trinidad and Tobago. That is definitely a Caribbean place, but which one's Trinidad and Tobago? I think... Are they the ones that are closest to South America? Yeah. Yes, it was. Okay. Whew. Hard for me to remember some of these things. Eswatini used to be called Swaziland, and then they reformed their name to better show their own independent nation and their historicity of their culture. They split off of like the greater part of South Africa too. I think South Africa might have administered this area once upon a time, and then like, nope, we deserve to be here. We are our own people. We've been here for ages. Slovenia is going to be up to the north, back into Europe. So if we are looking at Hungary, then we're just going to go west of there. Slovenia borders Italy. That's something that's good to remember. If you remember the big nations that are very iconic to foreigners because they look a certain way on the map, remember that. And then remember just who are their buddies. If you lived in North Italy, who would you interface with? You know, obviously the French on this side. We already did Switzerland. We already did Austria. But Slovenia is also right here, hiding just against there. And I believe Slovenia also used to be part of the former Yugoslavia. Yeah. Liechtenstein, a very, very tiny micronation. And it ends in Stein. If you know anything about German, a lot of names end in Stein from Germany. You could sort of imagine it is a micronation right up against Germany. I guess this one is too, technically. But this one's also against other language roots besides Germanic. These, especially down here, different root of language. So wouldn't end in Stein. This one would. Yeah. Belgium. Belgium is against the west coast in Europe, and it is just underneath there, just north of France. There we go. Costa Rica. What did I just say? Did I just really say that? I'm really having streamer brain tonight. Costa Rica, it's going to be in the Caribbean. I know somebody who I was seeing who was Costa Ricense, and oh, it's not in the Caribbean, right? Oh, you can't click on these from down here? Okay. So it's going to be the rich coast is this one right against Panama. Yes, it is. Okay, good. St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I want to say that is in the Caribbean, and I kind of want to say it's kind of in the northern edge. Man, when it gets to the island nations, is where I feel a lot shakier. Maybe the west one here, westernmost, northernmost. There. Nope. Saint Kitts. Okay, so I have Saints right in my head. Is it that one or is it Grenadines? Is it that one? Okay, cool. Yeah, I've seen all these on the map before. I really have. I've looked at maps in my life, and I do kind of remember what I've seen. Somewhere in the back of my head, I do have a semi photographic memory. St. Lucia. St. Lucia is north of a couple other islands. So I want to say this one is too far from another separate nation. I think it might be this one because I think it makes like a triangle, like Bermuda Triangle, Bermuda. But the Bermuda Triangle's up here somewhere, isn't it? Or off. I don't know. I think this one's St. Lucia. Yeah? There it goes. Yeah, okay, cool. It clicked. North Korea. North Korea is recognized by the UN, huh? We all know where that is. Troublemakers, rabble-rousers, human rights issues, right? Boom. Vanuatu. We clicked on that one. Okay, I can kind of cheat. No, we didn't. It was Palau. I thought it was too many A's and U's, and I get confused, but I think it's the South Pacific one. Then as far as which one it is it close to Papua New Guinea? Solomon Islands. Solomon Islands and Marshall Islands are both here. Okay, I'll try to remember that for later. Is it this one? Damn, that's Micronesia. Crap. Is it this one? Oof. Okay, it still gives me yellow. So I guess you can sort of fail a few times before they'll get mad at you. All right, cool. Well, that's a thing. That's where Vanuatu is. I don't know that I'm going to remember that again later, but I'm going to try. I will try. Portugal. It's got this really interesting spot in Europe, the southwestern point, right over down here. Boom. Zambia. Some really cool history and archaeology from ancient cultures, ancient cities in Zambia. Kind of spans across, touches West Coast Africa and East Coast, and sort of hugged by a lot of other interesting areas in the world. Multicultural. Spain, we were just there. I don't have much to say about Spain. Finland, my ancestors. This is where I get my genetics and my low-key chill vibes that are unshakable, and why sometimes I like playing horror games but then I don't react the way people would want me to on stream. I apologize. It's just my genetics. Finland, hugging right against Russia and trying to join NATO, but Turkey doesn't want them to. I think that was the issue. Did we officially get into NATO yet? My dudes. Canada, really, really big, way over here. Funny thing about Canada, though, if you're not from North America and you'd like to know something about Canada, huge on the map, right? You just look and it's just like fathoms of like islands and bays and like so much. Like, what's going on? If you draw a line, like just kind of right across a thin strip above the border, almost like 80%, maybe more, of all Canadians live south of that line. So either hugging the border against the United States or in this little dip down here, not up above where you think that you might imagine hundreds. There's hundreds of us. There might be hundreds, not like millions of Canadians up in the north part. Okay, Norway. We're into Scandinavia. Finland, by the way, sad to say, it's right up against Scandinavia. Everybody thinks we're part of Scandinavia. They call us Scandinavians. Some foreigners do. Finland is not Scandinavian of culture, not Scandinavian of area. Scandinavia is this rough circle right around here, excluding England, which I keep touching accidentally, and Scotland. I apologize. And Norway is this one that takes over pretty much all the coast on the west side. Very, very rude. They have a lot of coast. They basically completely encompass Finland from being able to have a north coast. That's pretty rude. Thanks a lot, Norway. Just kidding. You guys are fine. Mozambique is... Why am I having issues with this one? This one is down here. Very multicultural, great place to vacation. Everybody really super friendly. From what I understand, I haven't been able to go myself, but mix of different languages too. I think if you speak Swahili, you're good. Some cool French influence there too. So if you speak French, you get in there with Francophile speakers. And it was a big trade city back in the days. So lots of great food. Trade cities mean good food. Boom. Imagine I said all that about an area and clicked on it. It wasn't it. I was wrong. It feels so bad. Haiti is a place in the Caribbean where a lot of natural disasters happened, and prior to that, a lot of really bad colonialism. The French actually owned Haiti for a long time, and when Haiti rebelled and got their independence, France fined them all of the war losses, and Haiti agreed to pay and had been paying for like 150, maybe more years, and are in extreme pain economically because of everything they had to pay France, and then everything that hits them natural disaster wise in this area of the world. It's just awful. Armenia, we are going into South Central Europe. I do know some Armenians. I met an Armenian speaker the other day at the playground with my kids. And Armenia is against Greece. Right there, right against Greece, and right across from Italy. No, that's Albania. Damn. Armenia. Why am I tripping out? Where's Armenia? Oh, I'm so stupid. I'm absolutely tired and streamer brained. Armenia. I'm really bad. Is against Turkey, because Turkey caused the Armenian genocide. Right, and Turkey refuses to admit that it was a genocide or that anything really bad ever happened. And Azerbaijan over here is doing mean things to Armenia. Armenia is kind of doing mean things to Azerbaijan. It's dangerous around these parts. Russia is kind of like looking to get involved maybe a little bit too with this whole area. Turkey still has interest, and there's still the Kurdish fighting and stuff happening. There's some stuff to watch out for around Armenia right now. Also, System of a Down are from Armenia. That's pretty cool. Or they're Armenian of descent, I should say. Lebanon, one of my good friends is Lebanese, and I love the culture and the food. Big multicultural spot in the Mediterranean, right there. Burundi, okay, it's definitely, absolutely an African nation. Burundi is, this one's a little bit tricky in my head. Oh, it's the others that we were talking about. Rwanda and Burundi were the two nations that were involved in massive conflicts. 1980s, maybe earlier than that. Yeah, there it is. Also, I think Eddie Izzard had a joke about Burundi. Like, I'm the king of Burundi or something like that. And something about drinking coffee and stirring it with a spoon. I don't know. When you hear Eddie Izzard jokes out of context, it's not that funny. Mauritania, we accidentally clicked Mauritius, which is this little island here off the coast of Madagascar. I thought this place was Mauritius, and it wasn't. It's Mauritania, and I just remember that now. I don't really know anything about this nation to be able to say about it. Sudan, it's right in the Sahara Desert, south of Egypt. Hugging nations we already know. Also, really famously, split into two nations not that long ago, only in the last 20 years or something, right? China, God, if you don't know where China is. Comoros. That is an island nation. I think Comoros is the one that's between Madagascar and the rest of continental Africa. Is this little guy, Comoros, down here? Yeah, it is. All right. Egypt. Don't have to say anything about Egypt. East Timor. This is a micronation that lives inside of the rest of Indonesia. Kind of a scary place to be. Can you imagine having your own independence and everyone around you, all of your trade partners are all from one other nation that completely consumes the lands around you? Nevertheless, it was East Timor. Ukraine, big in the news today. Slava Ukraine, guys. Slava Ukraina. How do you say it in Ukrainian? Yeah, these guys fighting hard right now. And look at this. On this map, Crimea belongs to them. Foreshadowing? Perhaps. Uruguay is this little blip south of Brazil. It just hangs out all on its own against the coast here. Little guy. Tunisia, also on the smaller side. As far as nations that hold a chunk of Sahara, Tunisia pretty much does not. It's just sort of up here hanging out. What do they call it? The Babars? Babar nations were kind of around this area, famous for piracy in the Mediterranean and historicity, something like that. There that is. Okay, Monaco. There's a Steam game called Monaco where you play as thieves and you're just trying to sneak your way around this 8-bit Colorful Scape. It's full of mad hijinks. Monaco is right up against France. Yeah, got it. San Marino, micronation in the north of Italy. I think this one's San Marino. Yeah. Nepal, it's basically right up there against Tibet. Hasn't at least one Dalai Lama been from Nepal before, I think? Maybe. Boom. Malawi. Malawi is it's named after a river or a lake. Lake Malawi. Is that right? I think it's down here. I think this one's Lake Malawi and this one's Malawi. The nation. Am I right? Basically named just after the lake they're up against. Boom. That's it. Cambodia. All right. It's just as far as breaking apart the South Asian peninsula down here, Cambodia, which was for a little time called Kampuchea, but then they reclaimed their national sovereignty name back, is the one that's kind of like a nugget, just like a chunk at the bottom of everything else. Everyone else has like stringy parts to them, and Cambodia has 0 stringy parts. Really cool language too. And good food. Good food. I say that about almost every nation though. Good food. I like food from everywhere. Madagascar, if you don't know the Madagascar movies and where the hell the island is, well, there it is. Big old massive island all by itself out in the South Indian Ocean area. Sao Tome and Principe. This is not in the South Pacific. This is not in the Caribbean. Sao Tome and Principe. The Sao means saint, and that's Portuguese because it's got that little tilde over the A, which means it's nasalized. Sao means saint, kind of like sang in French. And because it's Portuguese, I'm led to believe it's somewhere on the west coast of Africa where a lot of Portuguese colonization happened. And because it's 2 names, I also think it's an island. This one's got a cape name because there's a cape there. Is it this one? Yeah, it is. All right, Tanzania. We already accidentally clicked on this one. I'm so sorry, Zimbabwe, that we thought that you were here. This is Tanzania for sure. Vatican City, the other micronation in Italy. Why are all the micronations like right around here? Nevertheless, there it is. Pope lives there. Does the Pope shit in the Vatican City? You bet your ass. You bet. India, not much to say there. Latvia, this is... So me being from Finland, I do know a little bit about cultures that are related. Other nations that might have some Finnic or Finnish adjacent language, history of mythology, and gods and goddesses from ancient times before Christianity came and swept over everything, and just like generally the ethnic and genetic backgrounds for the area. And that would be basically Finland and then the 3 nations south of them, and to some degree Hungary, which is like way farther south. For some reason it skips, mostly because I think Slavs and Germanic people came through in a corridor and cut off that connectivity. And Latvia is the middle of these 3 here that were all released from the Soviet Union before the Soviet Union's collapse. It's this one with this sort of like big pit bay here. Germany, all in now in one piece. It's this guy right here. Used to be East and West Germany. There's a wall dividing the nation, and they tore down that wall. Qatar, if I'm saying that as close to somebody who doesn't speak any Arabic as I can. Qatar is down here. It is a thumb that pops off of Saudi Arabia. I think this dot is covering that thumb, so it's hard for me to tell, but it's thumb shaped. It like sticks up into this bay. Yes. Okay, I'm right. Nicaragua. We're going back to Central America. So let's try that. Nicaragua is large and in charge. Is Nicaragua... I want to say it's this one that's looks like it's more facing into an upward area, like sharing with Belize, this sort of water space here. Damn, that one's Honduras. Then it's this one. Ugh, Ugh. Okay, it's not bad. Not bad. I'm not ashamed that I'm close. That I kind of know an idea of roughly where it is. Equatorial Guinea. This is another one of those nations that's named after where it is. So you just have to look at the equator. I guess you kind of have to memorize where the equator is. And Guinea just means, you know, it's populated by people who consider themselves Guinea or called by foreigners Guinea or something of the sort, which is all kind of along this kind of West African Horn area here. And it's this little guy here that's literally like just sitting on the equator. All right, that's done. Slovakia used to be part of a nation, a double nation, now two separate nations, a place called Czechoslovakia. And the Slovakia portion is against Ukraine. It hugs Ukraine. It's this guy right here. Yeah. I always feel like a little bit of anticipatory nervousness. Like, I'm going to tell you all this shit about this country, and I'm going to click the wrong place and be like, fuck, I thought I really knew what I was talking about. I have no idea what I'm talking about. No, I'm just trying to tell you what I think I remember about a place to sort of share with you, you know, how my memory is as far as the nations go. Maybe it can help spurn something in you to help remember where a certain place is. So I'm just sort of trying to do stream of consciousness, give you my train of thought on the matter, and maybe you'll you'll learn something or hang on to something that will help you in the future in case your ambition is to also at some point do just increase your knowledge on the world and all the countries they're involved. All right, Namibia. That one is famous for the Namib Desert, which is a really interesting desert. It's got this a desert that like meets the sea. So there's a coast down here in Namibia. This one's Namibia, where the desert, the sands, shifting sands and dunes and everything actually reach the ocean. You would think ocean water, it's going to make, you know, it wet and things will grow, but ocean water does not help growth. And the desertification literally made it all the way to the ocean. I wonder if it was ever overgrown with like crazy plant life and just eventually got subsumed by a crazy desert. It's not, yeah, the Sahara is not the only crazy desert in Africa. I'd say the Namib Desert's got its own real cool stuff going on. Bahamas, that's going to be in the Caribbean, way close to Florida, because there's a lot of people, a lot of Americans like to swing down there and hang out. There we go. That's it. Turkey. I like how they spelled it. They actually spelled this one endemically, and everybody kind of knows this one right there in the Mediterranean. Very long of shape. The east part, very not Turkic, but they have that land anyway. Bosnia and Herzegovina. This is two nations wrapped in one. They are sitting here with basically like no access to the Adriatic Sea. Just kind of chilling here while this other nation covers up most of their port access they could have. Ireland, we all know where that is. We may live, you, me, anybody younger than us, may live to see a world where Ireland reunifies with this other chunk up here that is currently part of the UK. Every year or so, there's a referendum with these people in here to vote whether or not they want to leave the UK and join up with the rest of Ireland. And so far, all the kids of the UK, the English settlers, are like, we're UK. But they're getting outpaced in procreating. The Irish have more kids per capita, and the ones here in Northern Ireland are growing up and voting to reunite with Ireland, and that number keeps going up and up and up. Sierra Leone, that is in West Africa on the coast. It's on the coast for sure. It is Sierra Leone is this little circular kernel right there. Yeah, good. It's also kind of French-ish of name, and there's a lot of Francophile nations in that area. Gabon, we're also looking at Africa again. Oh, it's getting hard for me. Gabon is against Equatorial Guinea and Cameroon. This guy right here. Yes, it is. I don't know anything about Gabon. Please teach me about nations if you know something that I don't. After I've clicked on nation, feel free to type it in chat and I'll react, and I will probably file that bit of information away for the rest of my life because that's how my brain do. Argentina is a place I want to go in at some point in my life. I speak Spanish. I love the pronunciation of Spanish in Argentina. Really cool area. Also crazy biodiversity, if you didn't know. So kind of more like wetlands and forests and rainforests and stuff here in sort of like the eastern portion. Northern areas like canyon country, think Grand Canyon on steroids. And then here in like the west is like Patagonia and the Andes, where you can do amazing like snowboarding and skiing. Just like really, really cool nation with a lot of fun stuff to do and see. And it expands all the way down here into Tierra del Fuego, which is, you know, kind of like some of the farthest south you can get in this hemisphere. Good stuff. Poland. We're going way back up into Europe again. Poland is neighbor of Germany and was, you know, taken over by many different nations a lot. And currently there's a bad nationalist movement in Poland that's kind of fuck everybody else and let's just focus on ourselves sort of thing. But they're militant and rude about it. I don't like that part. Romania. I have a friend who's Romanian, speaks Romanian as a first language. If I get this one wrong, I would really piss him off. No, I'm just kidding. I might. Romania is large. It encompasses Transylvania, where Vlad Dracul used to live. Cool guy. It's up against the Black Sea and also connected to a lot of Ukraine. Romania also might be the way Ukraine continues its trade if the Black Sea gets completely blockaded off. They could still do like overland routes into Romania and then connect up to some inland rivers that can connect to the rest of Europe. Kind of cool if Romania could do that. If they have to. Philippines, can't believe this, but the U.S. actually ran in, invaded, and controlled this nation at one point. So did the Spanish. So the native language in the main native language, I should say, Tagalog, has a lot of Spanish influence in it. Kyrgyzstan, I think we're doing pretty good guessing where all the different stanzas were. I'm pretty sure this one way off in the boonies, way off touching West China, which already in itself is quite desolate and isolated. I think this guy is Kyrgyzstan. Yeah. Australia, not much to say there. Biggest island, nation, continent of its own, all by itself. One nation, one continent. Dominican Republic. This is the nation that happens to be on the same island as Haiti, but everybody got treated well. They came up. Their GDP is growing like crazy. They're just doing good. They have a lot of foreign investment. Their life is good. And they're building a border wall because Haiti is not good. And Dominican Republic's like, no, do not bring that energy over here. Ivory Coast. Guess what? It's on the coast somewhere. I know that. No, I know it's in like the southern section here of sort of the West African Horn. And in French, it's called Côte d'Ivoire. And it is this big chunk here, right? Yes. Benin is one of the two skinny chunks. This is how I remember things. Visually, sometimes is the best I could do. It's the rightmost of the two standing chunks. That's how I remember it. In the US, Iraq was big news because they sent a bunch of folks in to defend this little nation down here when Iraq tried to invade and consume them, and the US said no. And it was a big splintering point between the left and the right politics in the US. So everybody over here seems to know about that whole scenario. Uzbekistan, that's going to be back here. The Uzbeks have access to the Caspian Sea, right? And two big rivers where they're trying to do hydroelectric power. Damn, that's Turkmenistan. I think I'm right about the rivers, but not about the nation then. This one must be Uzbekistan. Maybe I don't know about Uzbekistan then. They touched the Aral Sea, which is sad because this is like almost gone, almost completely gone. And it's all human-led catastrophe that this place is just like completely absorbing. And the bed of this sea is polluted and it's kicking up dust because it's drying up, and that dust is polluting this area with bad shit. It's a bad ecological disaster right now. Afghanistan, boy, we spent a lot of time here. The US, I have a friend who's a veteran who served, who was in this area deployed, and yeah, just bad news bears. I think the US, my theory is, oh, I think my bot's not on. Is my bot on? Did I forget to launch the bot? No wonder I'm not seeing alerts and stuff. I still don't have alerts going across multiple platforms. So I apologize if you're on right now. Most of it's working on Twitch for the bot that I have. A lot of it is not working on YouTube, but a few things here and there are. And I can't find bot support for Kick right now. So I don't know how to get that kind of stuff to happen until it does, until one day it does. So for now it doesn't, and one day it will. And then whenever they implement that kind of stuff, I'll be one of the first. It'll probably be broken for a while, and just freaking make it work. We'll make it work. Okay. Cyprus. Ooh, this one's kind of rough. Cyprus is kind of its own nation, but there's also a bunch of Turks that were implanted here by Turkey, and they believe that their half of the island belongs to Turkey. And so they're kind of pulling a Russia, you know, where a bunch of people are just being were shoved in from another bigger nation nearby, and now they're trying to make a claim because there's so many of them there. Well, it's you got implanted there. Is why. Anyways, it's right there. Senegal, this is the one that encompasses the nation, the Gambia. So the Gambia River runs right through here, and this nation, the Gambia, takes the Gambia away from Senegal, so it does not have access to it. I just thought it was kind of weird, but that's how the borders are drawn. Algeria, that's one of the big ones in the north part of Africa. Algeria has big deserts, very wide region, hugs Morocco. Don't know much else about it, frankly. Chad, also know nothing about Chad. Whoops, doing the wrong kind of scrolling. But I do know Chad is basically like the heart of North Africa, right in the middle there. Thailand, we're going back to the place where Sriracha Port is. Great food. In fact, we just had whoa. We just had Thai food tonight, and it was amazing. So good. Here's Thailand. Oman is bordering Yemen. I don't know much about them at all. They just happen to be right here. That's what I do know. Russia, kind of getting in trouble with the world these days. Good job, Russians. Just kidding. I mean, Russians are fine. It's the government. Should never talk about a nation like its people are the ones making the policies happen, right? It's really the policymakers and, you know, folks that are in charge of the military. You can't even blame military soldiers. It's the people telling the military what to do that you can get mad at. Laos is where Hank Hill's neighbor comes from on King of the Hill. Happens to be a very mountainous nation here, hugging Vietnam. That's kind of how I remember it in the Southeast Asian Peninsula. Syria, also big in the news for a while in the U.S. because we were helping with the Syrian civil war, actually backing the people trying to overthrow the regime there. And notice, don't call it government when we're helping. We call it a regime at that point. Federated States of State, blah, blah, blah. Federated States. I cannot say this word. Federated States of Micronesia. We accidentally clicked on this one and got it wrong. So I think it's this big swath here just north of Papua New Guinea. Am I right? Hell yeah. But only because we got it wrong before. Antigua and Barbuda, I'm pretty sure they are down here. Are they the ones just north of Trinidad and Tobago? Damn, that's Grenada. Are they... I think that's Barbados. Are they here? Dominica. Oh shit. Oh man, too many guesses. That was really bad. I was just, at that point, I was just kind of trying to pin the tail on the donkey. Togo is the other West African Horn nation that's a little like sliver right next to Benin. I just memorized that because of what it is. Liberia helped out very much by the U.S. to become an autonomous free nation, hence the name Liberia for liberty. Happens to be right there. Iran, I think everybody knows this is one of my best friends in high school was Persian. He says he comes from a royal line, but if you saw where he lived, I don't think that's true. I think he just likes to talk himself up a little bit. But beautiful language, amazing food. Some of my favorite food in the world, actually, Persian food. There's no good restaurant by me, so I have to learn recipes myself. So if you know anybody, then you get Persian recipes, please send them my way. Please send them my way. Montenegro, which just means black mountain, happens to be this little black mountain just east of Italy. Just a little mountain there. US, I hopefully know where that one is. Vietnam, also great cuisine. Cool language too. Lots of tones, very hard to learn as a foreigner. Used to be taken over by the French, so they also know French cuisine pretty well. And speaking of France, this is going to be interesting. You could probably click on a number of different places on the map and get France. There's somewhere out here. Yeah, this is France. This swath in the South Pacific. Down here, this nation, that's France. They're overseas France territories, but we'll click on France proper. Lesotho is it's an enclave nation in the middle of South Africa. I don't know much else about it. Bulgaria, beautiful language, great culture, historicity, people, right against the Black Sea, right against Greece. Uganda. Oh no, I should know this one, and I am drawing a blank. Why don't I know where Uganda is? Why do I feel like I should know where Uganda is and I just don't? Is it right up against Kenya? Interior? This makes sense to me. It is, okay. I'm not afraid to admit that that's just a wild guess, frankly. Libya, big nation, Arab Spring, revolution, not too far back ago in history. Yeah, crazy revolutions happening. Different factions backing different parts of Libyan future government. Niger is against the Niger River in its origins, and it's right up in here into the Sahara. St. Kitts and Nevis. That's one I don't know. Is it? I've guessed a few of these wrong in the Caribbean enough that I think just by process of elimination, it might be this one. That I think I touched it before and it wasn't right. Okay, cool. I definitely didn't know. Barbados, I think I know. Barbados is like the one that's not along this chain of islands, and that makes it weird. When something's weird, it's easier to remember for me. Somalia owns this horn over here, the East African horn. This big sharp point right here that could cut glass. That's Somalia. Cape Verde. Cape Verde, I knew there's an island cluster off here that I knew had the word Cape in it, but I couldn't remember what it was called. I think Cape Verde is this. Yeah? It is. Guinea, we accidentally misclicked as a different nation before. It is this claw over here, this half donut. Yes. Kiribati, that sounds South Pacific. Just as far as like where? That's a good guess. Oh, I think I've heard of it before, which means maybe it's the biggest one. If it's not the biggest one, and I haven't heard of it, then that'd be surprising. Is it? It is. Okay, cool. Moldova in the news because they're right up against Ukraine. They're also right against Romania. So they can be a partner state between those two, perhaps. But I think Russia's also kind of going anti-Moldova these days. Is that true? Suriname, that is in the north of South America. This is Guyana right up against Venezuela. So I think this one's Suriname. Suriname was owned by the Netherlands for a really long time. I think they speak Dutch. Is that right? Cool. New Zealand, not hard. Super weird. Big islands all by themselves. Way far off from everything else. Turkmenistan. I got a feeling we accidentally clicked on that one not long ago. Right over there. Don't know anything about them to be able to say. Singapore, one of the lions of Asian trade and commerce and foreign trade. I work with a vendor that works out of Singapore. I really want to go someday. I hear it's one of the best melting pots for like hearing different languages, eating different foods, and just like seeing just a mega city, but in a different area of the world than you normally think of when you think of mega city. Dominica, we had definitely clicked on that by accident before, and it's we're running out of nations we haven't clicked in the Caribbean. I think it might have been this one. Good. Don't know a thing about it. Just know that I clicked it before accidentally, and now we're doing it. Croatia. Croatia is the nation that's guarding the entire Adriatic Sea coast away from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Kudos for you for having a really, really long coastline. Morocco, northwest corner of Africa. I have a good friend who had twins who lived in Morocco for a while. Said the food was amazing. I know a little bit about Moroccan cuisine. Great rice dishes. I like how everything's turned into food. I must be hungry. I'm just having a hungry day today. Mongolia, Gobi Desert, famous for taking over the rest of the planet almost. One of the biggest empires started in Mongolia. Bhutan, right up against the Tibetan highlands. It's got its own little small area here. Would be bordering Bangladesh if not for the fact that India also owns this whole weird Assam chunk here that's like not even India in my head, but it is. And so they're the southern border to Bhutan. Guyana, that is this strip of land. Former slaves mostly colonized this area. And Venezuela right now is looking at Guyana because Guyana just found, I think, natural gas deposits in the ocean. They didn't find it, but like, you know, people, contract, whatever folks were doing their sounding off the coast of Guyana's waters. And they found crazy natural gas deposits. These guys are going to become hugely rich in the near future. And Venezuela's like, I think we have historical ties to you being Venezuela, so maybe you should be Venezuela. And it's like, come on, buddy. Like, we know why you want that land now. Everybody knows why you're trying to get in there. Central African Republic. I think it's in Central Africa. I think it's this one. All right, good. Oh, if I got that one wrong, I'd feel really lame. Chile is going to be right here. I had a crush on a girl who was from Chile. I was going to try to break her up from her boyfriend because I liked her that much. And then I met her boyfriend and I quit because he was like the badass. He was like the best boyfriend for this girl ever in the world. And I know I wouldn't have stood a chance. He was just like, I bowed out. That's how amazing he was. All right, there's South Korea. Not much to say there. I went to a high school that was like 75% South Korean American population. So love the food, love the culture, love the pop, love the dramas, love everything about South Korea, and all of my former classmates whose ancestry came from there. Sweden, we're going to round out some more of Scandinavia. We've been leaving Scandinavia behind for a long time. You're a nerd. I'm not a nerd. You're the nerd. You're the nerd.
You are my dad. You're my dad. Wookie, wookie, wookie.
Also, it takes one to know one. You wouldn't be able to call me a nerd unless you knew what nerdy things were, and you're looking at me, looking at the map, and you think that's a nerdy thing because you know, because you would do this too if you knew. And in fact, I challenge you to take this test and get what I'm currently sitting on right now is a 91%. Do you see that? 91%. 1%. You're playing Cyberpunk and I'm doing a world map. I do Cyberpunk, but I literally did it 2 days in a row. I'm not going to do it 3 days in a row. Proof I'm a nerd? You're a nerd because you're playing a fantasy game about the future. I'm just keeping my finger to the pulse of what's going on. Hollywood superstar Shia LaBeouf. Thanks for the lurk. Anybody wants to check out the streamer of Oz? She is right now only streaming on Twitch, but we may change that for her in the near future too, now that we know that multi-streaming works out so well for me. But this is her. What is this clip?
Thank you all for your patience. Oh.
What's going on? What's going on? Hello.
Thank you, Dee, for the gift.
Oh, what did I gift? I gifted? Oh, how nice of me. Well, I didn't expect that to come up. It was just a random clip generator. Honestly. Well, there it is. Anyway, go check her out. Her streams are great. She's death positive, grief positive, gamer, and very goblin of personality if you like goblins. Sweden's right here. They historically were not terrible to the Finns, I guess. So good for them. I speak a little bit of Swedish. I used to speak a lot, and then I didn't have any Swedish friends to practice with. Italy, you should all know where that is. Estonia, historically very related to Finland. Me being from Finnish background, and I had a roommate once who was Estonian. He was Estonian American, I should say. We had a lot of stories about, family and culture and just how life is for people of our area of the world. His family did the same thing my family did. They fled because of Russia. Just saying. North Macedonia. Well, there's a Macedonian area in Greece. North Macedonia is probably just north of that. There it is. Japan. We probably all know where that is. Brazil. You should probably know where that is by now. Kuwait. That's where the U.S. sent a bunch of troops to try to defend because Iraq wanted to take them over. Probably for oil. The Democratic Republic of Congo. Well, the Congo River is it this one or this one? One of the borders of this big old thing here is the Congo River, big and famous in sub-Saharan Africa. And I think this big thing here is the DRC. Yes, it is. All right, Denmark coming back into Scandinavia. It's off of mainland Europe, but this is considered a Scandinavian nation. UAE, this is where Dubai is. If anybody's ever heard of Dubai, pretty cool place. It's this chunk right here. It is a bunch of emirates. They're all, different little nations, and Dubai is just part of, one of those areas. It's one of the emirates. Mali, we're going back into North Africa area. It is this landlocked nation here. Timbuktu is a very remote place in very remote Mali. And that's why Americans have a phrase like, oh, you're way off in Timbuktu. Trying to tell you you're like off in a remote, hard to get to region. Nigeria is also going to be related to the Niger River, which starts in Niger and I believe goes through Nigeria. Big burst of entertainment coming from here. Crazy movie production, all sorts of things. Basically, if there was Hollywood and then Hollywood Junior, or what they call Smollywood in some corners of the world, in Atlanta, where I am. And then you have Bollywood, which is in India. This is going to be the next one. I don't know what they're calling it. They're calling it Nollywood for Nigeria. I don't know. Whatever fun name they come up with. Great movie production coming out of this area of the world. I have a friend who's Nigerian. Yeah. Greece, we probably all know where that is. They're famous for having an empire once upon a time. Papua New Guinea. Oh, we got to go all the way back over to Oceania. It's all of this over here. There we go. Except excluding some of those farther islands over yonder. Luxembourg is a micronation against the edge of France and Belgium. Might touch Germany too. I don't know. Malta, that's going to be another small little island here. When the Arabic sort of invasion of the Mediterranean happened and they came all the way over to Spain, the Malta language and culture stayed very Arabic while also staying decidedly like South European. So it's a really interesting mix of culture and background. It's one of those languages that I love hearing because it's so unique. It's such an interesting pidgin language, meaning a cross of other languages for trade purposes. Myanmar, also historically called Burma, once upon a time I think by the British called Siam. So if you ever hear of anything like Siamese, like a Siamese cat, it's from this area. Lots of political problems with their government and coups and militarization and some religious oppression here. Having some issues in that part of the world right now. The Maldives, that is off the coast of India. Is these small islands down here? Spice Islands? Yes, I'm right. Eritrea, this nation may be invaded by Ethiopia in the near future. Ethiopia has historical ties to the area. Eritrea has lots of beautiful coast. And as you can see, Ethiopia down here, no coast. Somalia won't give them coast. Djibouti won't give them coast. And Eritrea also won't give them coast. The only difference between those three nations is Eritrea once in history used to be a part of Ethiopia. So Ethiopia is thinking, why don't we just go north and just take some coast? Maybe they won't even take all of Eritrea. Maybe they'll just take like a chunk of coast and be done with it. If they take a chunk in the middle, they could really hamstring the nation though. Yeah, so this might be coming up in the news. I don't know. Netherlands, it's going to go way back up to North Europe here. It's these folks here. Have you ever heard of Holland? They are a section of the Netherlands. One of the Netherlands is Holland. South Africa, guess what? African continent, go all the way south, boom. They have like 13 official languages, and one of them is Afrikaans, which is a really interesting dialect of Dutch. What a lot of people call kitchen Dutch, which is derogatory, but it's just cool. It's got a mix of other languages, including some Bantu languages in there too, in Afrikaans. And then you can also just speak some other languages there in South Africa as well. Lots of different language trade, which makes a linguist like me really happy and excited. Azerbaijan, backed by Russia right now, friendly with Russia, right up against the Caspian Sea over here. And they have some nasty border disputes with Armenia. So there's some problems, and they might beg Big Brother Russia to help them out with it. I think Russia's too busy right now with other stuff. But yeah, they might try to request help in doing something nasty. We'll see. Burkina Faso, I don't know anything about the nation, but I know it's here. I think that's all I know about it. It's here. Botswana, we're going to go all the way back. This one is one of the main land borders with South Africa. I don't know anything about it either. UK, one's pretty easy for most people. There it is. Guatemala, that one is bordering the south border of Mexico. Lots of jungle, lots of gang activity. They say if you're a Mexican, don't go this way. Don't go south. It's just a dangerous place to go toward. I don't know about that. I just hear that from my friends in Mexico. Andorra, that is an island. I think it's an island. Is it this one? I don't know this island. This might be Andorra. Seychelles. Damn. Oh no, I'm in trouble. This is one I don't know at all. Andorra. Oh. Is Andorra the region between Spain and France? That sounds right. Andorra. Is it? It is. Okay, second guess was right. Whew. I forgot what that... I knew there was an area there. I even think they might speak like their own language that's not related to a Latin-based language there. Maybe I'm thinking of something. I don't know. I'm just glad I get it. Second try. Hungary is going to be right here, sort of in the central-most section of Europe. It's also one of the last ones I haven't guessed yet, so I know kind of exactly where it is. Hungary is also one of those nations that's not connected to, but historically, ethnically, linguistically, and genetically tied to these other nations up here, of which I also come from, Finland. And so then the next three down, they're all like much closer related. And then they also say Hungary is along that chain somehow. How did these other nations get there in the middle in between them? I don't know, but it happened. Brunei, that's the home of one of the richest people in the entire world, the Sultan of Brunei. And they get their little slice of heaven here on Borneo, right in the middle of Malaysia somehow. They just said, no, this is our land. This is where I live. I'm the Sultan. And that's all I know about them. Republic of the Congo. It must be the other place bordering. This must be the Congo River then, because this is the Democratic Republic of Congo. This must be the Republic of Congo. I didn't know much more besides that. Venezuela, we talked about them possibly wanting to invade their neighbors over in Guyana. That might happen because they have some really bad economic turmoil these days. Georgia, I live in the U.S. state of Georgia. The actual nation Georgia is not called Georgia in their own language. I forget what the endemic name is, the endonym. But they have issues with Russia occupying parts of their northern border and calling it Russia. And why do they call it Russia? Because there are Russians there. Why are there Russians in Georgia? Because Russia put them there during the USSR times. So it's another one of those cases that they're trying with the Ukraine right now of, well, there are Russians where you live. We think that shouldn't be your nation. It's like, well, we didn't put them there. You put them there. You put them there when you owned us. And now that we have our freedom, you can't just say, well, yeah, but we also want some of your land back because of those Russians we placed there so long ago. They cared so much about Russians, they would immigrate the Russians back into Russia or something and not take over other people's land. Grenada, we accidentally clicked on this before. I think it's this one right here. Sorry, I don't know anything about Grenada. Just, okay, Seychelles, we also accidentally clicked. It's this one right there. I did not know that that's where that was, but now I know. And I might remember it tomorrow, or I might not. Czech Republic, or Czechia, is the other half of former Czechoslovakia. We already clicked Slovakia, so I know where the Czech Republic is. Boom. All right, Ghana. I have a couple friends from Ghana. I would love to go. I hear the food is terrific. People are warm and lovely, and I just would like to visit. Now it's getting easier and easier because almost everything else is already selected out, so I think this is going to go faster, right? Okay, Cuba. Big, long, skinny one there in the Caribbean. Bahrain is a micronation over here, just off of Saudi Arabia. They have some cool oil and natural gas rights, too, based on where they are. So they're pretty important these days. South Sudan recently created nation, broke free, and got independent from the rest of Sudan. Completely different people and culture. So they're like, hey, we want our own nation. And then it happened. Paraguay, we accidentally clicked on this when we meant Peru. I'm so sorry to both nations. This is Paraguay right there. Israel, in the news a lot lately. Hopefully everybody knows where this one is. Right up against the Jordan River. Having issues, making some human rights violations, and basically denying all of the Geneva Conventions that was beheld against. Not cool. Love Israelis, hate the government. Yeah. Belarus. That's this big, very well tied to Russia nation up here, right up against these fine folks that are closely related to the Finns. Belarus is basically a microstate of Russia. Belarus means white Russia. They're practically in the name. And Lithuania is this nation that's right up against Belarus. All right. Albania. I accidentally clicked on this one too. I'm so sorry. What did I click on this one for? Oh, Armenia. I super know where Armenia is, and I clicked on Albania by mistake. That's lame. Lame of me. Honduras. I didn't know where this one was. I guessed between Honduras and Nicaragua. I guessed wrong, but now I can guess that one right because it's the other one that I clicked. Solomon Islands. I know this is the South Pacific because we also accidentally clicked on this. Bolivia. Boom. Right in the heartlands of South America. Fiji. That's got to be a southern Pacific island. Is it the southernmost, like Utah-shaped water rights area? Fiji? Yes, yes it is. That was a guess. Iceland. It's way up here. There's Iceland. Palau, we also accidentally clicked. So I remember that one right there. Hey, it's good when I field these ahead of time. Pakistan used to be part of... If you're on Twitch, you are an ad break. But for those of you that are Turbo or subscribers, hi, welcome to this side of no ads. Happy to have you here. And if you're on YouTube or Kick, then hey, you don't have to worry about the kind of stuff, at least not for a while. Pakistan used to be part of the British Empire's version of India, and then they decided, hey, if you're Muslim, go here, and if you're Hindi, go here. And they made mass migration and all sorts of problems. Seems like a thing the UK was big on doing. Mexico, probably everybody knows where that one is. Boom! That's it? That's all of them? Okay, I'm mad pleased with myself. I'm actually... And I'm sorry that I did that during an ad break, but hey, I didn't know how close I was to finishing. That's the time it took. I mean, we were just chatting, so you know, it just took however long it took because I was talking the whole time. But the percentage, I am extremely happy with this percentage. What we said at the start of this test is I took a look at what was laid out before me, and I was like, hey, you know what? If we get below 80%, I'll be disappointed with myself. And if we get above 80%, I'll be proud. 93% is damn good. I'm really happy with how much of the world I still remember from classes. And I took one geography class back in high school, sophomore year of high school. I took geography. I never took anything involving, you know, nations and borders and anything like that much ever again. I even tried to get out of the history requirement in college, one of them, by taking an art history class. Just anything I could do to not have to study, you know, who fought in what army and who signed what treaty and what trade happened and who made who a slave. I'm not a history person. I think I'm more now as I get older and it's not thrust upon me as part of the school system. But when I had to do it in classes as a requirement, I could not be bothered. There's also so much reading. And I had so many video games I would rather be playing. But 93% I feel pretty good about. That makes me happy. I feel like I did well. I'll pat myself on the back for that one. All right. Let's decompress from that. I feel like that was somewhat stressful to do while I was on stream. Let's close all that. I think I'm just gonna do a little bit of a no mind kind of game here. And we'll pop into a little bit of Vampire Survivors for a minute. I turn this hella down though. This game gets hella loud. But display, let's do full screen window. Can we do it that way? Cool. Yeah, then I can still move my cursor out of it, but doesn't have ugly borders while we're goofing around. Adventures? We haven't done this yet, actually. Should we? Should we hop in? We haven't tried this at all. This is a whole new thing that I unlocked some while ago, and I promised myself I was going to try it out, and then I forgot about this game because I was busy doing other stuff, like setting up for the big 2024 changes. Let's give it a shot. Adventure coins? I don't know what all that means, but I guess we're going to try the first one and just see how it goes. Each adventure is a self-contained story, a series of daring side quests composed of remixed content from the base game. Your base game is disconnected from adventures and is not affected by the progress you make in them. Only your unlocked relics carry over to adventures. Boldly take on new challenges with these limitations and do what you do best. Survive. Okay. Here's the thing, though. Oh, I just hit start. I can't choose one of these. Oh, you can. Okay, I see. Choose garlic paradise. Oh, interesting. Hi, dude, holding the garlic. Let's go. I could choose Poe. I can only choose Poe. I don't like it. I guess we'll give it a shot. If Poe's all we got, shit. All right. Let's go, Mr. Poe. Oh. Nothing's discovered except Old Mad Forest then? Okay. Old Mad Forest? Oh. Poe recalls a simpler time when surviving the madness of the forest and hoarding masses of garlic was all that mattered. Okay. So these all look like forest related for the most part. We'll give it a shot. We'll see how it goes. Arcana, yes. Hyper, bigger move speed, more gold, more luck. I like hyper. Limit break, I forget what some of these are. I think I like limit break. Not inverse, not endless. Random events, we'll say yes to also. We'll add a lot of the fun stuff in. Okay, Renamatsu. I know this guy is on the slower side, so I kind of want to do the attracting one so that I don't have to run and get all the experience all the time. Mad Groove. All right. Oh, he actually moves pretty good. What did I do? I must have boosted him with some eggs, some of the golden eggs or something at some point. Because he's moving pretty good. We're going to go Laurel for sure. Because he doesn't have anything
Will you stop kissing
cool
everything?
about it. Simbatha! Well, hello, dear. What's good in your hood? Welcome, Raiders. Do a quick shout out for our good raid fam tonight. How is everybody? Yeah, I'm actually doing Friday night streams.
Shameful behavior.
Shameful.
Let me
Bum bum ba bum 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 ba ba bum bum.
Ow!
That was rude.
Didn't care that I died. That was fun.
Oh, fuck, you got a sniper.
Hey guys. Also, hey, thank you very much for the follow on kick, Fox Warrior. Appreciate you. Love giving love to other streamers. Keep up the good work. Awesome. Thank you so much. I am extremely new to the platform, like as of today, first stream. That title is not just a not just for funsies. But yes, how's everybody doing? Oh yeah, so Nico and Spotted died in a blaze of glory. That was glorious. Absolutely glorious. No rag rats. Oh, that's what you meant by multi-stream. Yes. Say hello to Kick, say hello to YouTube, and say hello to Twitch, because we're everywhere right now. Yeah, we're having a lot of fun. I'm not playing anything important because I can't. We're in the middle of beating the epilogue for the Phantom Liberty expansion on Cyberpunk. I don't want to start stream on other platforms with a game that you've almost beat. We've also almost beat Burnhouse Lane. Like, everything's kind of like in the middle, but as soon as I beat those games and start new rotation of new games, boom, we're going to be on all platforms all the time. Holy good luck on the stream, on stream. Thank you, Batha. Thank you for trusting me with your community. Batha, Spotted, I love your faces. I can't wait to see you guys. Have you made any mention of stuff involving that kind of stuff on stream, or do I have to keep it on the DL? Either way, please, if you need to human at this point, I understand. Go rest and let your community off the hook with me. Suckers. And yeah, thanks for swinging in. Hey chat, and hey chat. Chat, meet chat, and chat. I need to work on the chat thingy that I use I feel like is not pulling up all of my chats, so I need to work on logging in on that. But that's a problem for probably tomorrow or at some point in my future. I will have to fix. I def do. I'm starved. I'll catch you all later. Enjoy whatever food it is that you're doing. We had Thai food for a celebration of some small victory that I'll tell you guys off stream. And it was so good. I had Thai iced coffee and a lot of shrimp and curries and like a Singapore based noodle dish that was really just like good soul food. Oh, everything was so good. So yeah, go get yourself fed, yo. I'm gonna just walk this old man around and kill some bats. Oh, and suddenly fire. Well, now it'll be easy to kill that guy. All right. Let's keep going with garlic for the time being. We need some really good other weapons for this guy. This guy is like the worst to start with. I don't know why adventure mode would start you off with the least entertaining character in the game. But I hope RNGesus is kind, because I also see no RNG unlocks for this either. That makes it an extra challenge. That means I gotta just kite until I find something good come up. We're also unlocking a random event right now. Which one is it? Chicken Bonanza? That's not that great. I could use literally anything else than heals right now. Here comes the chickens. Wings. I don't trust getting wings until I know that I'm gonna have a weapon that I'll be able to use with wings. I'm just gonna back out of... Oh, hello, bat swarm. I like bat swarms because that's gonna give me a chance to get a lot of quick experience. As long as they're not pushing anything that you don't want pushed into you. So the problem with swarms is they can take higher level enemies and really just squeeze you. Oh, now I have to make a choice. I have to make a choice that I really don't want to make either. Wings is going to get me either... Having trouble remembering. It's either the ice harpoon or I can't remember what the other one is. Maybe it's the flamethrower thing. Empty Tome's going to get me the ice wand. That might be a better choice just for killing bosses. I definitely don't want Peach Oni. I guess we'll do Empty Tome. Empty Tome pairs with... Yeah, I think that pairs with the ice wand. All right, we're getting another random event. Good. What are we getting? More laurel, more garlic, more garlic. Always, if you only have one weapon, and right now we literally have one friggin' weapon, we're not gonna increase the level on passives right now. Then we need to go on the offensive. At least the garlic's getting wider. Ah, crap! It's one of these. Lots and lots of flowers all around, and a boss. The flowers are basically unkillable at this level. They're just there to make like a wall for you to have to run through. But the good news is they kind of fake you out into feeling like you're just going to get crushed if you don't beat the boss. But you could just walk through the flowers whenever you want. We'll gain an additional charge of laurel. That should also help us just walk through the flowers without taking hardly any damage. That's good. And then we could just sort of smash this boss. Come here, boss. I need to eventually kill the bosses. They drop the chests that get you the upgrades. So it needs to happen. Okay, that boss is down. Also, that boss has like a high level experience chunk. Ooh, like a big chunk of health. Waltzing into those skellies like that. I super need some other weapon now. Or soon. Oh, I got mad experience there. Okay, cool. There's nothing. I guess I'll get the tome. I need something else. I need more of that experience that's all sitting in that circle. But there's like a whole dance party of skellies trying to get up in my biz. Give me that experience. Give me another. I really don't want the cat. I'd really prefer not the cat. It's frustrating. There's going to be ghost swarms, and I'm going to die because I have one weapon. Just have the garlic right now. The laurel is a protection. It's just a shield. So it's not where I'm at. Not what I'm about right now. But these ghosts eventually turn into a swarm. And that becomes real bad news real fast. They are not about to give me weapons that I want. I really don't want to suffer through having the weapons I don't like, though. Not a fan of that cat. Not a fan of some of the other stuff that's dropped already. Oh, hey, light sources. Just for shiggles. Oh, yeah, another boss. Are you really forcing me to take the cat? I feel like it's forcing me to take the cat. We'll go with the laurel again. Stop trying to give me the cat. Unless it's like part of a story. Is that part of the story element? There was an old man. He walked around in the old forest. He had garlic and a cat. That's the story mode. Oh, hurt. Big hurt. Okay, we gotta run through that. Listen, we gotta kill this this boss mantis here. Yeah, I don't like this because my experience absorption is super slow if I can't kill anything on the screen. I can get some of this old experience, though.
Will you stop kissing everything?
What? Taroa! Aw, hey. Wait, what's happening to me? Hello. Welcome. How was stream? I know I said I would finish, I would fix the fledgling thing, and I still haven't fixed it. Hello, ghosts, including Tra, and hello everybody else coming in on the raid. How are we all doing tonight? Welcome on in. Simbatha was just here, although they are very hungry, and I said please leave and go eat. Not that I don't want them around, but food is important. Also, welcome to my first multi-stream. We are live on YouTube right now at youtube.com/@DamienHalme. I think you just do youtube.com/DamienHalme. Yes, voice actor for many years. Welcome on in. Good to see other folks in the craft. Thanks for the Troa raid, everybody. Thank you for trusting your community with me. Everybody who I've met through Troa, I've enjoyed their company, their personalities. So you're pre-vetted being here. You're just the bee's knees already. But yes, tonight we're also streaming at youtube.com/DamienHalme and also on Kick. My first day ever on Kick at kick.com/DamienHalme. So here we are in a whole bunch of streams, all happening. It's all happening, you guys. What did we stream this evening, and how was it? How did we do? I'm also gonna have to go to Botrix because I have a feeling like I'm not seeing everybody's chats come up, and we need it. So I'm trying to remember how to do a Botrix. How do we do? I think what has to happen is I need to use my other web browser to get into this, because I believe we were here before when we first set it up. Botrix is my my app of choice for doing the multi streaming, helping me out managing different communities, chatting with y'all at the same time. But I also don't know where I went to go do it. Is it leaving, checking? What are they checking? If the site is secure? Oh yeah, okay. I need to log in with some other stuff. I can see YouTube. I feel like this is going to take just a lot longer to set up. Oh no, it's here. It's here. It's not that long. Username. There it is. Yes, that's me. Please give moderator role to Botrix to continue. How do I do that? I wouldn't know where to start. So yeah, I need help with that part. And some Secret of Mana. I'm a huge Square Enix fan. All the way back to when I was a small. Yeah. So you'll definitely hear a few Square Enix among other random associations in the stream here and there. I'm also big into Metroidvanias, so while there isn't as much Metroid-y stuff, I'm kind of on the creepier side of the spectrum of life, so you do see some Castlevania things popping up. I always considered myself sort of the paladinistic vampire hunter sort of type person, but who eventually became corrupted by hanging out with a lot of cool people that were way more corrupted than I was back in the day. Working on emotes. Fun stuff. I've been thinking of making some too. I have so many emote slots that I need to fill that I'm daunted by just doing it. Daunted by how much work there would be, and also just the thinking of what all would people actually use. I feel like I've made a number of decommissioned emotes that I was like, yeah, that was a dumb idea, or it was only a cool idea in my head, but not anybody else. Oh, this poor old man, he can't kill anything. So this is the game, for those of you that have never seen Vampire Survivors. It's based on Castlevania. It is a bullet hell with a roguelike sort of component where each time you play, you get different random weapons over the course of the gameplay, and you build them up and augment them, and you try to survive as long as you possibly can. And this old dude, I've only got one weapon on him, and it's just he smells. He's got garlic on him. It makes him smelly. And I think we're gonna have to take the cat. This is not the weapon I wanted to take, but I think we're gonna have to. What a coincidence, my personality on here is a paladin. There you go. Paladin and a vampire hunter. Tell me more about your voice acting experience. What sort of stuff have you done? What do you like? Where do you want to go? If you're not already doing that sort of work, let's share. Let's share industry stories. I'm always curious. Oh. Yeah, that's the bad time for bat swarms, when they push stuff into you. I mean, yes, I have the garlic. It makes me smelly, but a lot of these enemies are a lot stronger than me. So if I get a strong enemy pushed into me by the weak bats, I could die. And there's two bosses on screen, that blue lit bat, and oh good, the other one's dead. The cat weapon is not my favorite. I really don't want to rely on it, but RNGesus kept giving it to me as an option for a weapon. Like, you're gonna want to play the cat, you're gonna want to pick up cats. I didn't want to go that way. Oh no, the big bats are already out, and I do not have the resources for big bats. Big bats have a lot of health, those purpley bats. I am not looking forward to this. Okay, let's just sit here and garlic these enemies down while everybody's frozen. When did I freeze everything? I don't know, but we got to get the cat. Most of my stuff has been for independent developers and fan projects. Nice. All my directors swear I sound pro. That's a great start. That's a foot in the door, you know. Get that stuff into an EPK and just say, yeah, I am this. Even if you're not paid, you can still tell people you're a pro. I think that's appropriate. appropriate. See what I did there? I didn't mean to do that. All right, let's just kill them with that. Much better. Crucifix dropped and everybody died on screen. I still need to invest much more, though. Invest in the learning experience. The how to do the craft. Oh no, this is the part where I may die. I see bats, or the big purple bats, and werewolves on the screen. No, I don't see werewolves yet. I thought I said werewolves. Those are still just zombies. But the bats are way stronger than me, and the cats aren't doing anything. The cat's such a worthless weapon. And my garlic is bad. I have to get too close. I really don't want to get that close to all these enemies, because they will eat me alive. These bats will for sure. All right, let's see if we can level the cats more and more. Whoops. Oh, I didn't mean to grab that. Well, I got another cat. What's your favorite gig, Gavin, that you have done thus far? What was just like a day in the park? That was just like a great time. You had so much fun. You loved who you were working with. You loved the voice that you were doing. The script was wonderful. You were just on that day. Oh, crap. This old man, he played one really sorry vampire hunter, vampire survivors gig. I am not going to survive this today. Oh, I need to get food. I need to get enemies killed, and these cats are not doing their job. I'm gonna have to do this again, probably. I'm learning. We've never done adventure mode before, and this is definitely like one of my least strong characters. I'm just trying to survive. Yeah, that's why it's called Vampire Survivors. Let me pause real quick so I can actually read that. Damien loves to help people utilize their skills and enhance their existence with any advice he can give. True, especially in the vein of Hollywood. I got so much help myself. I had so many mentors and so many advocates that I think that's just the way, and therefore anybody who makes their way up into a place in Hollywood and then does not look around to offer themselves as a resource shouldn't be there. It's bad culture, and it's bad, you know, those are bad actors. It's not good to have the mindset that you take and learn from others and then just go and isolate yourself and never look around to see who else you could help then with what you've learned. It's an ecosystem. You have to participate in your part. All right, learning a bit more, sure. Having had help from Debbie Monroe as my coach. Nice. I do character voices mostly for animation and some games. I've been everything from goblins, mercenaries, insane mages, cyborgs, sentient tanks, ghost blacksmith. Fun. It sounds like you're getting into sort of a lot of sci-fi, fantasy. That's always a fun day at work. I would never have a bad time reading for any of that kind of stuff. I'd say my favorites have been a super flamboyant haunted house host. That sounds amazing. Also, my current personality as Gavin the Goblin Paladin. Goblin! My wife happens to be pretty much goblin incarnate, as much goblin as a human could possibly be. So if you don't already follow her, the streamer of Oz on whatever platform you happen to enjoy. She's actually live streaming on Twitch tonight as well, playing some Cyberpunk, which generally puts her in a less goblin-y mode because there's other people talking and doing the voice acting and everything. So, you know, she's more subdued and just watching the story. But it's fun times. Yeah. My voice work is... Wait, there's more voice actors in here? How did this all happen? Tra, how do you know all these cool people? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to my fledglings, our audience label du jour. No, for all of 2024 and going forward. I appreciate that follow. Erathos says, my voice work is limited to being accused of being an AI on the phone with people. That's wonderful. And being asked to record me calling people a good boy. Do we need to know about that one? Interesting. Interesting. Gavin is another one of my names and wife mode. All right, we're popping into ads for those of you that are ad free. Hello and welcome to the ad free portion of your stream. Oh, okay. Gavin is another one of your names. Are you two boxing right now? Is that what I'm seeing? Or is that just another name that you go by? And yes, wife mode for sure. I love Mary's emoji game. I wish that she had more free time, or that I could just afford to pay her to not do the other projects that pay the bills for her. But I can't afford to be her sole client. Other people got to do that. Let's get the garlic. So I noticed that RNG is really only giving me a small subset of things. Is that part of the shtick of adventure mode? Oh, it's a name you go by? Interesting. Okay, that's a real big mantis, and I feel like I super don't have the damage output to do anything about that. What's Scorpion Lair? I just got the random event called Scorpion Lair. Tell me it's a good thing. I'm nervous. All right, we're about to absorb all of the experience. Give it to me. Oh yeah, this is gonna help a lot, a whole lot. Laurel for sure. Why am I not getting? I'm only getting like 6 things in RNG. This does not seem right at all. That it's got to be. Oh no, and the werewolves are out. Oh, are these the scorpions? Is that what these are? This is awful. There's like a whole pillar of these bad mojo. Ugh, I can't even stay against the pillar because of how many werewolves there are here. Ooh, ooh. You can do it, old man. Oh, there's more experience still to gather. Let's gather the rest of it, please. I think we're gonna need to get the birds, and I don't like the birds either. But I'm seeing no other weapons pop up at all. Yeah. There's absolutely a limited loot table for this version of the game. There's no way my RNGesus is this rude. Oh, ghosts. The ghosts are doing swarms. That means they're going to start pushing the werewolves at me if I'm not careful. I have to be super cautious about how we path right now. Because if those werewolves push into me, I'm pretty much done for. Oh, see what I mean? All my health just chunked. Big chunks of health lost. Oh, stop it. Stop it, ghosts. We can't have this kind of dance party. We're not about this kind of touch. Please don't touch me this way. Sometime when we touch, the werewolves are too much. Okay, we'll stop. We'll stop. RNG is why I don't gamble. When it comes to money, I don't gamble at all. I'll gamble in a game. I used to play this Caesar's Palace Game Boy game that taught me everything I needed to know about gambling. And what I needed to know is I should never gamble unless I can turn off the console, turn it back on, and start with the starting money all over again. Because that's pretty much the only way I ever played that game. Oh, hell yeah. We just got a really sweet candy box. We're taking the candy box. It does only let you pick a small... You can only get like 4 weapons in this game. Garbage. Garbage. I really love the VA community. Everyone has been super nice. Wonderful to hear. I've never met a bad voice actor myself either. I met one that wasn't helpful. I shouldn't say didn't do anything. He did whatever, you know, he did as a job. He just wasn't as helpful as I've seen everybody else be. And that kind of made him stick out like a sore thumb. But he could have reasons. He could have reasons. Deb Monroe even helped me get a good deal on my first mic and got me in touch with someone who sold mics. Wow. Turns out it was James Alberger. Just somebody who sells mics. Just, I got somebody. I don't know if you've heard of them, but yeah. They're good people. Okay, let's grab the ebony wings. We're gonna need to kill these bosses. Oh shit. No. Oh, I got completely swarmed. I was paying too much attention to... Also, what happened? Did something explode around me? Okay, we'll have to do better. Now that I know not to skip weapons as they come up, like some of these things you have to just pick up. You have to get the cat. You have to get the birds. Like all these really... Like the worst of the weapons in the game. Okay, survive 10 minutes in an old mad forest unlocks Rough Awakening. What is that? What did we unlock? Also, can we do power-ups yet? Because, oof. I need something. I need a mount. Can we afford this one? We're affording a mount. Okay, I feel much happier already. This is starting from scratch. I didn't even realize. Yeah, we have all these new things to unlock. Oh, man. Okay. Whole new collection. Whole new bestiary. But it's all the same old stuff, kind of. I don't know. It's weird. How exciting. That's really cool. It's wonderful to hear how great your experiences are. Oh, okay. Rough Awakening is right there. Should we just move on? Let's just move on. Because I don't want to play that old one again. A wave of monsters awakens Poe, reminding him that modern life still stinks. Perhaps a loyal four-legged friend can show him the way. Is it a praying mantis? What's the loyal four? Or is he just going to pick up cats? Are we just going to have cats all the time? Okay, well, the music slaps. Oh, do we not have music? Oh, no. Tell me we have music going on. Wait. It's playing, but it's playing out of my audio for the Mikulski games. That's weird. I mean, I'll take it. All right, where were we? We're taking this randomazzo, please. Please? Please? Will we not take it? Get. Okay, we got. Oh, this one has all the... Ooh. This one has a lot of goodies. Is this normal mode then? Well, we got Laurel. Real fast. There's a lot more goodies here than I remember, though, too. So I feel like we can overload on weapons if we are cautious. Let's get Gatti, then. Because I don't know if we are looking at the same bad RNG sitch. But we'll take cats. We'll take your free cats. And let's make a mental note about what else we got here. We have the whips, the rune, whatever it's called, the ice wand, the knife. Not much coming up in RNG. But we need to get loaded with as much RNG weapons first and RNG passives before we start picking up all this stuff around me. What is that? What? Tell me that's hurting the enemies, not me. Oh, it hurt me. It hurt me. Do we have a heal? Can we get a heal? Are you a heal? Damn. Hopefully he can... Does he get health back over time? We need to build up weapons. We can't ignore building weapons this time. We did so badly the last run. So badly. We died so early. As far as I go, I would say the biggest influence on me, voice actor wise, out of folks who, you know, have deemed me worthy of giving me the time of day, would be a gentleman named Cam Clark. If you're familiar, he's a little bit on the older side of voice actors, but was very iconic in a lot of 80s, 90s. If you were in gaming, he was in a lot of MMOs and fantasy games like Baldur's Gate and World of Warcraft. But he was also the original voice of Leonardo from the first animated Ninja Turtles. Yeah, he's been around the block. Really good guy, and definitely was my first big inspiration into voice acting. Do we have Candelabra and Book up here? We do not, so I can pick those up and then eventually get those other passives. Cam was my childhood. Wonderful. Yeah, me too, actually. My childhood, and then as I got into the professional world of Hollywood, continued to persist. He wasn't doing as much gigging at that point, more just focusing on... he did a traveling one-man show that sort of described his life as a child of Hollywood greats. That's how he got his in, as he was born into that life. And then I went to an acting academy adjacent to Los Angeles. And that was a big mistake at the time. It was a bad use of... Oh, crap. I'm dying. Bad use of my resources, my money, my spare time. Bad for a lot of reasons. It was a strain on my relationship and just all sorts of bad choices being had. But it panned out. It turned into a very nice body of work so far. And more work this year. I'm becoming a fixture in a production company's series of fantasy and sci-fi podcasts. So I'll be doing work adjacent to the sort of stuff you do. Although historically, a lot of my voice acting work was sort of all over the board. I did a lot of work in localization because I made a good rapport with a studio that did a lot of especially East Asia and Southeast Asia ports to the US. So I was involved in projects like MMOs that were being brought over from Korea, and a Disney Asia show that they decided they were going to send to Disney America. So like that kind of stuff. It was, playful, but not as wild character voices as you can get sometimes in the world of fantasy and sci-fi, where it can be a lot wilder. The MMO work that I've done was pretty wild though too. I was what was the game called? It was a big one by the makers of Lineage 1 and 2. And I can't remember the name of it. Echo of Souls? It's not a game that I played, but I was a voice in it. I did 6 or 7 different voices for it, including one of the major bosses, this like lava dwarf who had like a multi-phase fight, so he was supposed to be like a really big epic boss. That was one of my favorite days of work ever. I started with a handicap. I used to have a speech impediment and went to speech therapy school in addition to taking kindergarten twice. That's so cool. What a great like arc. I know, unfortunately, that the world of acting, and this is maybe even more true for voice acting, is highly populated by people who just have an in. They're already with the community and the people and the connections. And so to hear a story of somebody who didn't start off with you know, the world just sort of handed to them. I super appreciate that. I also appreciate when talent comes from, you know, highfalutin sources too. I'm not a snob to, if somebody's good, they're good. That I'm fine with that. Ugh. I don't like this. There's too much going on the screen, and I can't kill things fast, and it's scary. It's almost very scary. All right. Y'all have to die a lot faster than you're dying. Because I feel like I'm not doing the damage I'm supposed to be doing to survive this level. Poor Poe. He's just so milquetoast. He just kind of sits there and hopes that people will be repulsed by his smell enough that they'll just die. Pile assault? What's a pile assault? It was just one of the random events we've unlocked. Should we just start picking up weapons? I don't feel like RNG is going to give us a new weapon. Also, I'm not getting experience. Ugh. All of this bullet hell on the screen. Oh, no. Oh, we're getting hurt. We got to find ourselves some chickens. Look at all those chickens. All right, I'm not finding the chickens either. The chickens have to come from these torches, which is why I'm running around trying to collect all the torches. Oh, that's good. That's helpful. Okay, yeah. I don't think we're getting new weapons. I think we're going to have to grab the ones on the floor to survive this. All right, we'll do it. We'll do it. Grab them all. Oh, no, he died. He died. No. I got too greedy. Yeah, people said I could never be a voice actor. I wanted to prove them wrong. I love it. I love that defiant arc. Find the magic wand. Unlocks Imelda. Oh, thank goodness. We don't have to play as this guy anymore. Find the rune tracer. Unlocks Pesquina. Find the knife. Unlocks Gennaro. Okay. Well, we've unlocked Imelda, and she's one of my faves, so I think we'll probably switch over to not playing that guy. Growth is going to be super important because I feel like we're not growing fast enough. So let's build in that as fast as we can. Okay. Oh, do we have to unlock them with money? That's okay. We have the money. They're not too expensive. All right. Imelda for the win. I like Imelda. And we still haven't unlocked the next one yet. Okay, that's fine. I feel that way about trying to prove. Oh, this one already, it starts with the wand though. Maybe I want to pick someone else. No, I think it's fine. I might as well grab that wand though. Because that's just going to be a level up on the wand that's free. But I probably should pick the old man and then pick up all of those weapons. When so my day job is in computers. And do I get anything fun here? Laurel, I guess I can get. When I was in high school, I said this on my stream or somebody else's stream the other day. I had a guidance counselor that we had to meet. I didn't go to him. It was like a part of our development. Like we had personal one-on-one time with this guidance counselor. I'd never talked to him before my whole high school career. And I was like junior or sophomore or junior year. I can't quite remember what. And I go in and I look a certain way because I've always been counterculture. That counterculture has always been something different, but I've always been some sort of counterculture. I was goth for part of high school. At this time, I was not goth, but I definitely didn't look, like a straight-laced kid. And I told him my ambitions to go to a specific private school for computers. And instead of talking to me about like, well, you know, here are the grades that you'd be interested in, or there's some costs associated with this one, so you might need to look at what is your family capable of, what's the student loan situation, things that would prep me. He said, "Oh, the people that go to that school, they don't look like you. Do you know what I'm saying?" And I was like, "Excuse me? Excuse me?" I ended up not being able to go to that school for financial reasons, but I went to the best state school in my state for computer science, and I now have a job that pays better than a high school guidance counselor in computers. So I did that to piss him off. No, I did it because I wanted to, but I also feel kind of like, you know, poetic justice a little bit. Now I'm happy you took Comet's advice. Thank you. Comet actually, I hope I'm saying that name right, admittedly has given me plenty of good advice. She really helped me quite a bit since she found me. All right. Imelda is also not keeping up with the Joneses here. This is just a level for folks who are on the weak side. I hate to say it. Okay, we need the Peachoni. Peachone. Pronounced like comet. Okay. Did I say it right? Comet? Comet? Oh, I think I might have said comet. Emphasis on the wrong syllable, as it were. A space mermaid cyborg. I love every one of those words, and even more when I see them strung together like that. All right, let's get the Gatti. I don't know what all that is. Is that like a free heal that happens? I don't remember getting free heals for no good reason. All right. Oh, we're full on weapons. Great. We can start to get the other ones. And we're gonna. Let's get all the weapons. Now, I need to get that one too. Yes. Okay. We are absolutely going to win now because we have extra weapons. But our passives are on the small side. We have 4 of the passives. And I don't remember if RNG grants more passives, but I think we will win this now. Well, I don't know about win-win, but we can at least get to the end of the level now. No, we didn't. We didn't get Candelabra, and that one's not up there. If I can fill up my passives, then I can pick up the passives on the ground, and they will act as like overages. There'll be more than what I've already picked up. I asked the same question. Wait, what question? I need context. We're leveling up the whip. This is going to be great. I am Team Imelda when I was first playing. Oh, there we go. Attract orb. Whoa, whoa, whoa! What all is happening? Wait, what did I get? Oh, darn! I shouldn't have picked that up. That was a mistake. Gameplay mistake, but it's all right. All right, we need all the experience here. I think we'll survive this one. And I also feel like we're not going to get a new passive, so we may just need to go around and pick up all these passives starting now. Otherwise, it won't happen. It's amazing the talent you find on here. Comet has even been programming an AI. What? Which acts as her moderator. Oh, that's cool. It can do shout outs, tell stories, and just be a general assistant. That's really cool. I have a bot, but somebody else made it. I also don't know that I would have time to make one, but I super appreciate anybody that does that kind of thing. It's fantastic. Comet languages joke for us. She's deeply impressive. Wonderful. Is she seeing anybody? Just kidding. I'm married. but we're always looking for a third. Just kidding. Don't tell my wife I said that. I'm just kidding. You can tell her I said that. Anything I say on stream is kosher to tell everybody. I made a rule a long time ago never to say anything that could not be said to the person, to their face. I always treat everything I tell everybody that like I've said it to their face, even if it's definitely behind their back. I think that's a important rule to follow just in life. Okay, all the flowers disappeared. That's a big help. We've got to kill these green guys because in the last playthrough, they lasted way too long. We did way too little damage. Deep like the ocean? What's deep like the ocean? All right. Well, I kind of don't want to pick up that skull. That's another passive item, but it makes everybody a lot stronger. The enemies, not me. So that makes things a lot harder, unfortunately. But I will pick up the flames. Flames on the side of my face. There aren't enough enemies. I have all these flames to give. Oh, ouch. I stood right on top of an enemy's toes. I forget how squishy you start out in this game when you don't have all the crazy upgrades that I've unlocked in the vanilla game. I could really use some healing. Oh, Comet is deep like the ocean because of the I'm there with you. I'm in on it. Okay, let's grab that. I'll get all the current experience on top of me, which we like. We like that. We like experience in this game. Also, we're doing bat swarms again. Not big on that right now. Getting really crowded in here. Oof. Oof. Yeah, I gotta get some space. Imelda is not as tanky as I remember, because we're missing a lot of make you tanky upgrades, keep you surviving upgrades, and doing more damage upgrades. I feel like we're not really keeping up with the waves of the enemies too well. They're beating us in health and everything. I should find her. I should. You keep talking up this person. I like excellent people. I feel like I want to pull excellent people closer to me because I value what they give to me, to the world, to everything. And I'm the sort of person that wants to always be more today than I was yesterday. And if I can glean any lesson or counter lesson sometimes I meet people that I don't like very much, but I feel like there's still something worthwhile to learn from them. Then I keep them around and I, take all the experiences I can in life. Meet as many different varied people. I try to find the people with the biggest hearts and the biggest minds. May I link? You may. I believe you have rights to do so. Wozart! You can check for yourself, my good sir. If you wouldn't mind doing a quick audit for me. Wazzy here is, we go back like babies and pacifiers. He's an amazing artist. You can find him sometimes streaming on Twitch also. You just have to click on his name. You'll find his profile. And the biggest butts. So I'm currently at YouTube as Damien Halme, of course, naturally. Just search my name. Wazzy might be in an ad break right now, but I'll tell the rest of you that I'm also on Kick as Damien Halme. All one word. Yeah, and because I come from a background in computers, you'll often find my name stylized in camel case. Because I'm a nerd. Yes, I was taught that you can learn something from everyone, though sometimes it's learning what you shouldn't do. 100%. 100%. Always. Wait, what are all these people doing here? Look at the map. Look at the map. There's icons for folks. Should we go try to talk to folks? Say hi to people? How am I? Uh-oh. There's a whole army of skellies over there. And a boss. How did all this befall me? All at once, suddenly everything coming at me. Okay, let's maybe kill some bosses first, and then once we are boss free, I'll go take a look at see why do we see people on the there, right there. Who are you? And what are you doing here on the map? Can we talk? Adventure merchants. Anything you buy from an adventure merchant is unlocked for the entire adventure. Oh. Oh. They're you're sold out. I guess you could, in case you didn't find them on the ground, you can purchase them. But yeah. Okay, can we do a watch command on that? Let me do a quick check. I grab a copy. I do one of these. And will it pop up? Oh, never mind. It's a profile. You can't watch a profile. I am this tired today. It is a Friday. Great big heart, and hers is a lifestyle. I will bookmark this, and we will see who this person is. Actually, we can do. Let's grab a random clip, shall we? Cyber Mermaid Comet VT. Hacha! That will pull up something. Maybe. I say.
And a bunch of amber for every 100 ale produced is good. I don't know that I'm going to produce ale, though. The Glade event slowing can be brutal on the right prestige. You could be the food, though. All right, Cass. Come over here. Come over here and we'll gobble you up. And just put you right in my tummy. Cut away to the war scene.
All right. The clip was, at least mildly indicative of her personality, albeit short. Well, hello. What's going on, Kit? Also, hi, Stuart. I see you in 2 places. Wonderful. And yes, Waz, I can also see you in 2 places. That's what happens when you survive vampires. Welcome. Hope you don't mind me double dipping on YouTube and Twitch. Stuart, treat yourself. Tonight, go on Kick and look for me there. Also, Waz, do the same. I could use some more followers on Kick to get me kick started on that platform, if you will. Is Oz up? Yes, you can also see Oz at twitch.tv/thestreamerofoz. You can poke her there too. But the more browser tabs you have open, the more me you get. You could watch me on 3 different platforms at the same time. I tried for 4, but I don't meet the requirements for one of them, unfortunately. So we'll have to work on our social media empire this year and get me to the place where I can multi-stream on 4 platforms at once. But the 3 platform shindig is treating me very well this evening. It is. It is. I'm trying to keep my eye on the kick chat because I don't think it's I think it's linked in a visual way where I have a capacity to keep my eye on it as easily. But I see you all on YouTube chat. All right, we're past the 10 minute mark. Do we have anything full? We have the ice wand full, but we don't have its whatchamacallit, the thing that evolves it. That's unfortunate. Also, I took some damage there, and now I could really use a chicken. I could use a chicken. You guys, get out of the way. I'm on a chicken hunt. That is not a chicken. And I accidentally closed the app on myself. Oh no! Well, Kit, you can always find me on one of your other apps in case Twitch closes. If you don't have the Kick app yet, most people have YouTube on their phones. I'm currently also on YouTube. So if you don't sub or follow me yet on those platforms, let's make it a what is it? Let's make it a hat trick. And you can become a fledgling or even a ghost on all three. Well, to be fair, those of you hearing this who are fledglings, if you're a fledgling, you have to be a fledgling on all three platforms. You can't level up to ghost just because you came over to Kick and helped me start it out. But thank you for trying. Ghosts is closed. Oh, that's what you were doing, trying to open YouTube. Gotcha. Where's the Castlevania wall chickens? They're inside of torches, but they're here. Yeah, you do get them. You get the same chickens you do in Castlevania. Pretty much everything in this game is a strong homage to Castlevania, if not just outright. At one point, I think it probably pulled the resources a little bit too much. And then they were like, hey, we should monetize this. We better not get copyright strikes on our game. So I know you already played it, but they did a small update to Death's Gambit that lets you add modifiers. Interesting. I would be down to... I ended up really enjoying the game by the end. I griped a lot, but I'm a griper. Especially if a game's going to be hard like that and the enemies... The boss fights in Death's Gambit are very Souls-like fights where, you know, you're just going to have to grumble a while and deal with it. Ooh, that's an Arcanum. What are we going to get? Enable critical hits for the listed weapons. We have the knives. We have the whips. That one might be pretty handy. That's that one. Cooldown of listed weapons reduces when moving. We do not have enough of those to make it worthwhile. Overall area continually changes. We don't really have a lot of area enemy or weapons. And Disco of Gold. It's nice for more end game, but not really for this. The critical hits is going to keep us alive. Mostly to make the game harder, but a few are silly, and the one I'm using is just fun. It randomizes item location. Ooh, except for the key items. That would be pretty rough, but that might be fun. I feel like you could get lucky and it would be great, or if you weren't lucky, it could just be a nightmare. And like, can you get stuck, or is there no like real hard locking? Do they try to make it so you could still beat it? You just might have to play harder than you've ever played in your whole life. That game is already, has quite a learning curve. I'm also just not... I haven't played platformers in so long. I think my strongest skill set these days really lies in MMO teammate sort of gameplay. And I like playing supportive roles. I like playing crowd control and healing kind of characters. So I'm not the person that is usually carrying big swords and hopping on platforms and doing mid-air dashes and dodging pixel perfect dodge. That's not my brand. All right, let's get this fire phase. Oh, ow, 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 ow. We need some floor chickens. Give me those floor chickens. I need to get into the floor chickens. It's too much. It's too much. Those werewolves and ghosts, that one phase is a run breaker almost every freaking time. No, you can't get hard locked. It's just the gear you can get that's randomized. Oh, that could be really fun, actually. I think Twitch sounds better than YouTube for stream, probably my phone. Interesting. I mean, YouTube is getting a secondary send out. I don't know, let me take a quick listen. I don't know. Listen to myself, I sound pretty good. Well, let me listen to me on Twitch. I don't know. It sounds the same to me. I just sound like garbage on both platforms. I'm just kidding, not garbage. I have long since gotten over the how do you sound in your own ears sort of thing. And I'm here. Oh, hey, I forgot I'm not Kit here. Oh, yeah, that's true. Shows I often watch YouTube live streams. Yeah, I'll try not to read people's names necessarily across different platforms unless I get the go ahead. Oh, we've unlocked another guy. Oh, just one unlock? We didn't unlock the new level? Oof. Okay, let's go to power up. We need to buy ourselves some more of this stuff, or we might not make it. We definitely want more growth. That's a big one. All right. Hello, Antonio. Oh, he only costs 13. Well, do we do Imelda or should we stick with Poe? Poe is just not. The thing is, all these other weapons are on the ground, though, and the garlic is not. I think this is meant to be played as Poe. I can't believe we haven't beaten chapter 2 already. Nah, I'm just greedy. Greedy of my own time. That's fine. Yeah, look at all those weapons. All those goodies on the floor. Oh, I forgot. I can't run away from enemies as this guy. I gotta let them come to me. Oh, I don't care. That's my author pen name anyways. Oh, nice. What do you write? Why didn't I know this side of you just yet? The last name's purely fiction. It says Blackwood to me. I don't see purely fiction there. I kid. Wait, is the... Okay. The birds are not there, but Rune Tracer is. So we'll need to pick up the birds. We'll need to pick up the cat. And then... Is Ice Wand on the ground? It is. We might not be able to fill out the whole inventory before we start picking stuff off. Pick stuff up off the ground. We don't need that. We do need this. This is not on the ground yet. Rune Tracer is. Both of the hearts are. Okay. You kind of do inventory on which of the passive effects are there. I write smut, paranormal romance smut. Are you serious? Really? I know a lot of people who may be quite interested in being involved. What is that? What are these guys? Hello? Oh, they hurt. What? Hi? Who called down a whole... Oh, they disappeared. Good. I was like, what on earth? There's like winged goblins on the first minute of this game in like level 2. I'd never seen an enemy like that before. Ah, good. I got my floor chicken on. Also, that's just an amazing quote. I write smut, Damien. I like the finality of it. Very well chosen words. I can tell you're good at your craft. The world needs smut. The world needs people out there to take the lowest hanging fruit and monetize it, because that's got to happen. Oh, let's just kill everybody with this fire. Neat. When did we get this fire? Oh, there's the cat. Oh, I have a paranormal joke. What do you get when you fail to kill a vampire? I don't know. What do you get? I wrote 4 books and then sputtered out because life. I definitely know about that. I'm waiting for life to get out of the way so I can keep doing more of my creative stuff. A mistake. Mistake. I was gonna say a sore neck. That's true too. Speaking of mistake, this is one of my favorite clips and it doesn't get enough views, so I apologize that I'm gonna show you all a clip from my own stream bank, from my own bank of clips, but it's so good, and I don't know why I love it so much, but I'm gonna subject you all to it as soon as I find it. There it is. Where is your URL? Here it is. I love awkward humor, and I legitimately said this bit out of nowhere one day when I was playing, and it was such a good moment. Let's see if we can get it up on stream here. Will it play? Will it play? Will it do it? I thought the watch command worked. Oh, this is frustrating. How sad. What if we just put it in our own window? We do this. We can, but we can't hear it. Let's do volume to max. There we go. And oh, I do it, but I put me on there. Right? Get on up. Get on up. Get up. Get on the stake. Like a sex mistake. Whoa, that played out really weird. Please ignore my lyrics. Uh-oh. That's such a... I love that. It's just like... It was such a good moment in my streaming career. That's when I peaked. I peaked right then when I said that line. You should watch it every day and get the views on my clip to go up and up and up. And also give me follows on Kick so I can reach 75. I think I need 75 to hit affiliate on that platform, which is super doable. So we have way more than that on Twitch and YouTube. So why not? Why wouldn't we? I have written some horror and some contemporary small town romance, but I haven't published any of it. Ooh, we need to change that. Still looking for more stuff to make you in between my statues. Excellent. Got an interesting looking vase I was going to print and break to make look ancient. That sounds cool. That's definitely up my alley, for sure. Someone clipped me accidentally punching out a teammate with friendly fire. These things need to be immortalized. You don't... Yeah, it's... That's how the world works, is we need these moments. They tell us we're alive. All right, kill everything. No, we already have spinach on the floor. I see it up there, so I want to grab it. But I do want to level up as fast as I can right now. Make sure I've gotten everything I can get through RNG, which is that too. I think you don't RNG the weapons until you unlock the person that owns the weapon. Is that... Maybe that's the case? Maybe. Oh, empty tome. That's not on the ground. That's definitely worth picking up. Okay, I think we have all the weapons we can pick up. I'm going to try to get one more level, and then if we don't RNG a weapon into that level, then I've got a feeling that's all the weapons we can get. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's all the weapons we can get. Okay, well, that's fine. But you still won. Good. That is what matters. All right, yeah, let's pick up some weapons. Good. Okay, that's everything. Weapons-wise. And then we have lots of passive items. We've only got 3 in inventory, so I'm not sure if we're ready to pick the others up yet. But I kind of want to. Let me kill this boss. I like where the cats fight. I think that's like a floor AoE that does extra damage whenever 2 cats touch and fight. But it's rare that they do that, at least at low levels. Higher levels, you have more cats on the screen. I think there's more of a propensity for them to get into fights. Yeah, I'm not seeing any new things come up in RNG, so I think we're going to have to grab the passives. I'm still going to probably skip the skull, though, because there's no point to it. We're too weak. And the skull makes all the enemies stronger and more multiplicitous. Yeah. I don't see anybody chatting in Kick. That's okay. You guys don't have to. You can view me on whatever platform you prefer. It's not you. You do what you want. Avatar sang fighting the cabbage merchant. Oh, Aang. Whoa, my eyes couldn't read that word for a hot second. Avatar Aang fighting the cabbage merchant using bananas. What? Just checked it was my own moderator that clipped that embarrassing moment. Even better. You deserve moderators like this. It's really investment in your future after all. Okay. Because these moments should be remembered for all time. And the mishaps in life are way more interesting than seeing when somebody gets a game right. When somebody works really hard and they're like, yes, I beat this and it was great, and they clipped it and see that victory. That is never as entertaining as when things go terribly wrong. Comedically wrong, I should say. All right, get that last spinach there. All right, we're in a good place. We haven't picked up any of the treasure chests that we can save until after we're ready to upgrade something. And we're not picking up those other items yet either. For those of you that don't know, the rings and those arrows, those turn into really, really strong items that both really help you and really help the enemies. One ring helps you, one ring helps the enemies, one arrow helps you, one arrow helps the enemies. But you need them to get to elite of a couple different weapons. One which in this mode will never spawn, apparently, from what I can see. So there's no point in picking up the arrows. The other one we have, it's the... Oh, no, sorry, the rings. We wouldn't pick up the rings. But we might pick up the arrows because we have the laurel, which is the shield. The only thing is, as soon as I pick up the arrows, usually big bads spawn that are really, really tough to kill. Which AI generator do you use? For now, as long as our stream budget is what it currently is, I've been using the one made by Meta. She makes amazing clips. It's good to have somebody on staff that sees into the future of your brand and how to be your best, or at least your most entertaining. What did I get hurt by? Oh, that's not a hurt. That was one of the cats picking up something. These cats will sometimes eat the passive stuff that's left on the ground. So if I unlock a floor chicken or money, I have to be cautious to grab it. Or sometimes the kitties will eat what's on the ground. Oh, I wish I had saved the clock for another time.
Inconceivable!
I'm so happy. So far, you're like the first ghost that jumped in. It was just like, program these for me, do this, let's go. So I might have to shake some cages and let everybody else know, hey, get this decided so that you can live your perks. And those perks will live, I think your command may also work on YouTube. It'd be worth trying out. I don't think that word means what he thinks it means. And seeing all this makes me want to play. This game is horribly addictive. It is so good. Oh, those guys, though. I looked away for a hot second, and whatever those things are. Minotaurs, they were not pleased with me. Yeah, obviously at this stage of the game, we're very much like pretty squishy. There's a lot of ways in which you can die if you're not kind of cautious about how you pick up items and how you're walking around and positioning your character and all that. But you get stronger, and you learn more strategies, and it does get sort of more manageable to get farther into the levels. So what we're seeing, you see me die around like the 10 to 15 minute mark or whatever. That starts to change. You start to see later stages and different enemies and stuff like that. But we've kind of got to unlock all that stuff fresh. On the vanilla game, I've unlocked almost all of that. I could probably survive any of the levels if I didn't act a total fool. But here, we don't have any of that built up yet. This game, for some reason, also reminds me of Gauntlet Legacy. I was a huge Gauntlet addict. I played a lot of different Gauntlets, actually. That's how much of an addict I was. And I even spent a lot of coins in some of the arcade versions. So I love the crap out of Gauntlet. Not least of which, I love a game where you can play co-op with people who are not the same as you. Like games like Castle Crashers and Magicka and all that kind of stuff. Like they're fun, or much more recently, like Lethal Company and Among Us. They're fun. Everybody's the same. You're all the same. So the game really is about, how you play and what luck you get in the specific round, or different aspects of the game. But I really love, would the stars please stop trying to kill me? I really love a game where the people who are playing have very different roles and their characters are rather different, and the way that they play based on the physics of who they are is a completely different play style. And so they can have rather different experiences from each other because of that. I like that type of... That's what really leads me to like playing MMOs and other multiplayer RPG experiences, because you do live such different experiences from each other. And you get good at a certain type of play style. And I like being excellent at one thing. I was big on that in late Overwatch, right when I started to quit, unfortunately. Because in early Overwatch, I wanted to be everything. And I didn't realize until much later in the game and in my interest in the game that being great at every character was not an asset for Overwatch, because I was being frequently owned by people who were masters of a very specific character. I was like, well, that doesn't seem very fair. And then I realized I'm the one that set that constraint on gameplay. That I learned how to play everybody equally well means I was not master level at any of them and easily foiled by almost anybody who did take the time to get master of one particular character. Man, this Mantis. You're a big one, aren't you? Are you the four-legged friend I'm looking for in this level? I knew I wanted Inconceivable right off the bat, the Derpy Chihuahuas just happened. How do you like the audio that I added to that one? I never was able to beat the original Gauntlet. I was determined not to look up solutions. Got somewhere around rooms 60 to 70, but it kept looping around. Yeah, that game had some really unfair situations to it, and not least of which, you know, the levels with invisible walls were absolutely an insane. And we're ad breaking. Apologies to those of you who can't hear my voice right now, but for those of you who can, I super appreciate you being here. And thanks for just chilling. I was gonna maybe play something more in depth or something we had played before and try to like dive into a deeper gameplay and maybe one with a story or maybe one with a lot of like deep thinking. And then I realized I had used up so much of my brain bandwidth earlier today just trying to get all of this stuff set up, and I was trying another different thing that I don't want to talk about until I can get it right. That's super failing right now. If anybody knows Linux really, really well, hit me up in DMs. But then getting here, I was like, cool, I can't believe I got 3 streams working. And once I said, cool, I got 3 streams working, then it was like, oh crap, now that I have 3 streams working, like what the hell am I in for? Like, why did I do this? I realized maybe this wasn't, I didn't plan this out, because now I have to be on all 3 of those streams and think of something to say and think of something to do. And Vampire Survivors just like called out to me. I'm like, you know what? I kind of know this on almost like a muscle memory level. And then I saw that the adventure mode was there, and we haven't played that I haven't played it at all. So it's something new, but something familiar, and I can kind of tune out. I can kind of more just hang out with all of you guys in all of the different platforms we're on tonight. I super appreciate you all for being here. You like the Chihuahua sound? Perfect. That little whimper is a Chihuahua. So I wanted to make sure that I got it right. Got the branding. All right. Let's kill this mantis, yo. There we go. Much happier now. Now I think I can survive. If we can do the werewolf and what do you call it? The werewolf and ghost phase. If I can survive that, then I think I can survive anything. This doesn't seem as hard as it was last time either. The massive swarm skeleton portion is going pretty smooth. All right. Almost ready to gather all the experience again. That's one of the best cards that I could ever ask for. Absolutely game-breaking card is this one that comes off every 2 minutes, and it just gathers up all the experience and all of the everything for you. It's so good. Oh, we just killed everybody on screen. Love it. Love it. Okay, what else do we got? Listed weapons also emit special damaging zones. We have this with... Okay, we have the absorber thing. We have the laurel. And we have the garlic. That might be pretty handy, actually. Listed weapons get +1 amount. That's only for the garlic, which we have. Oh, it is the character's main weapon. And its evolution, that's a +3. That might be better. The special zones affects more things though. This one we don't have. We'll have the bird. That's not that great. Listed weapons gain up to 3 bounces. That one's pretty good. That one will affect the ice rod and the knife. We'll have both of those. Oh, it's hard to decide what I want to do. Oh, it doesn't have the other knife though. Oh, but I can't upgrade the knife. Let's do the special damaging zones. I feel like this one's going to be the most advantageous for us. I am trying to make sure I keep track of all chats so that you're all getting a good experience. Oh no. Ran into too many of the werewolves. I gotta get some more of that floor chicken. Yeah, we're already at the werewolves part, so I gotta do a little bit of focus face here. But I think we could do this as long as when the ghosts start to do the swarm, I'm in reasonably healthy places. We can also already level up the garlic, evolve the garlic. So let's see if we can make that happen. That is another whip. That is not what I wanted. I need evolved garlic, please. That's the evolved garlic. Okay, good. Good. Steals hearts, power increases when recovering hit points. Even better. And now that we have that, we can also evolve... Looks like we can evolve the regular whip too. So let's try for that. That was not an evolved whip. Is this the evolved whip? Yes! Okay, we're in shape. We are in shape. 2 evolved weapons. You guys haven't seen this yet, but it's happening. I did not live long enough to get any weapons evolved. We have 2 evolved weapons. The second whip we have to work on pretty fast. Once we do that, then I think we can make it to like the soft end of the level. There's a soft end and a hard end. Giggity. Now I think we will survive the werewolf and ghost phase, and you guys can actually see what comes after it. I just got to figure out what I want to do. Oh yeah, we're gonna do this just fine. Just fine. In fact, I encourage everybody to hug me. I want the hugs. Actually, hugs are grand. I am a hugger. Feel bad for people that don't like hugs. Oh no. Some werewolves decided to touch me. I said hugs. I didn't say touch. I just meant hover hand hugs. Just kidding. You ever seen a hover hand? It's cute. It's cute when people do the hover hand. What are we leveling up faster? What do we need? This one actually has the thing. It's evolve item. I need to get those red gems. They're worth a lot. Oh yeah, we're destroying these werewolves like nobody's business. These special floor zones that are coming up are Chef's Kiss. I know I said Chef's Kiss earlier tonight. Uh-oh. The bats are making it a little tricky, though. The purple bats have a lot of lastability. Oh, my. I had to run through a bunch of them just to get to a safe spot. You know what? I'll go ahead and spoil it. So you've got another computer in the house. It doesn't do much of anything right now. The one thing that it does is it runs a Minecraft server. So if you like Minecraft, or if you're like Waz and Stuart and have played Minecraft with us in the past and appreciated our previous server escapades and would like to do more of that in your older years, you do need to be whitelisted, so you would need to reach out to me or Oz. We can add you to the whitelist, and we'll create a little community of Minecrafters. You don't have to be hardcore. You don't have to be on all the time. But, you know, pop in, make yourself a little house or something, contribute to a mega project. I don't know what sort of things we would build, but I thought it would be fun. May pop in. Would love to add you. Are you still Statrix? I'll just whitelist the name that you tell me to list. That's a thing. But this the same machine should be excellent. The same machine also has OBS installed on it. Now, why would I install OBS on a machine that's just doing Minecraft server work? It turns out that you can get into some nice big games. Like I was playing a lot of Cyberpunk recently, and it's a lot of strain to play a game like Cyberpunk and run OBS and all the scenes and alerts and all of that on the same one machine. Some people with crazy money have like 2 computers at their computer desk. One kind of just running all the stream stuff. One kind of running just all the game stuff. And apparently that, you know, that's a tactic. Ooh, lots of big experience gains right there. But we don't have that. What we do have is this server machine that I put OBS onto, and I thought, well, it's not in my room where I am right now either, but I thought, what if I could just send a signal there? So I looked up how do you do that. Most people seem to do that with a capture card. Well, capture cards are wired, and that would mean I would need to have a wire run from where I am to where that machine is. Spoiler alert, it's not close. And any Wi-Fi solution is definitely a bad idea. Would probably be an awful loss of, quality of audio, video, everything. All the reasons why you would come and watch my show, and forget about doing all the multi-streaming thing that we're practicing today. So that's rough. Also, so is this area. Why are there so many mantises? Can you all please leave me alone? There's a lot of you. There's a whole lot of you. I would like it to be a little calmer, please. Oh my, we're getting swarming things too. I once tried to make a giant tree in Minecraft. It was about a 12-story hotel. How cool! A tree hotel. I would actually go to a for real tree hotel. If it looked like the Deku tree from Ocarina of Time, I would pay good money to stay there. And especially if they were like staff dressed up like Navi. Getting all the logs took a long time to grow. Ugh, I can't even imagine. That must have been a crazy endeavor. All right, let's get Pechonia up. I kind of want to pick up the relics for the Laurel and get those started. But I'm also nervous because you pick those up and baddies come. Fuck it, let's do it. Natalia left. Natalia right. Here comes the baddies. It was called the Sleepy Tree. I love that. And the special suites were in the branches. I would for sure 1000% stay there. Where was... Oh, right. So this server machine has OBS on it. And I found a couple ways that use wired connections. You both have to be on LAN, and luckily this computer and the server machine are both hardwired to our they're both LAN. So I was thinking, well, maybe we could get them to speak to each other. I tried a couple different what do you call it, plugins for OBS. One of them is called NDI, and the other one is called Teleport. Well, NDI and I were fighting. We were having a bad time. we were not living our best lives with one another. So it was a little bit frustrating, and I was having a hard time with that and working at it for a long time. And then I just started to look up alternatives because I was like, I hate this. That's how I found out about Teleport. I used Teleport and it instantly worked. Suddenly, I was seeing with very little lag. If y'all were here for the TikTok test, where we found out we couldn't live stream on TikTok because we don't have enough followers. By the way, follow me on TikTok so I can become a streamer on TikTok. So, yeah, open up Teleport. Oh, yeah, sweet eggs. This game, eggs are like the end game thing, by the way. I don't like eggs that much. I'm not Danny DeVito. So Teleport worked instantly, and for 1 minute, I stared in awe at OBS on 2 different machines. One, a sender OBS. The other one, a receiver OBS. And it worked flawlessly. It was so good. I was like, this is fantastic. We can work it so that the server does the OBS processing and our gaming computers are just gaming computers. Perfect, right? Perfect setup. And in 1 minute's time, OBS crashed, and now on the server machine, and now will not run. And when I mean will not run, I mean I've uninstalled OBS. I've deleted all of its dependencies. I've reinstalled OBS, and it won't run. I don't know what to do. I am completely lost. A fresh install after purging and reinstalling OBS, and it crashes the moment you open it now. It's just completely done. I've never been so rejected before by a single application. I'm so butthurt about this. But I do want to make it happen at some point, because I think, you know, it could really improve the quality of the stream without us having to dump crazy money into more computers in the house when we've already got this one. Man, I already started streaming a couple months ago, still so much to learn. I'd mistakenly assumed so much stuff that seemed like everyone was actually an add-on of some kind. Oh, interesting. What sort of stuff? I'm curious how the journey has been for you in these early months. Also, very exciting to hear about new streamers. I super appreciate you trying it out and seeing how it works out for you. I hope you end up loving it. And I hope you end up meeting great community. That is ultimately what has kept me in content creation as long as I've been in it, is just the amazing people you meet along the way. If everybody was like who I meet, oh no, I died. Oh, I walked right into somebody. I could have survived. I could have survived so much longer. Oh, this is what I get for streaming and talk. And anyway, okay, I think we've unlocked the next level. We've got a new person and the new zone. Okay, at least we got the new zone. Awful times. Like throwables, tossing or dropping various items on your model. I don't know what that is. Okay, let's see. More growth, more experience per rank is pretty important. Let's do it. Oh, we can almost buy the last mark in growth, but we also want more gold per rank too. So let's buy some greed. Okay. Those ones are important. These ones are important for survival, but getting more experience. It's Pepino. It's a Pepino. It doesn't even cost anything to pick up. Oh, these other folks suddenly came up out of nowhere. What are their unlock conditions? Find the coffin in a rough awakening. Open the coffin in risky woods. Evolve the Vento Sacro or find the Fuwala Fuwalu. Oh, I almost had that. Damn. Oh, we unlocked this guy too. O Solimeo. Should we do... Oh, this guy's really annoying to play though. But he's strong. Let's try it. Let's try O Sole. And we'll do the new one. O Sole leads Poe deep into the forest to rescue a holy man with a retirement plan. What? Perhaps this priest will reward their stinky savior with guidance to the promised land? Perhaps. I guess this is a good level to play O Solimeo. I love my community. Dang it, guys. Y'all made me die by paying attention to you. No, it's not your fault. That's my fault. It's my fault. Super my fault. It is a double-edged sword. I always play worse when I'm streaming, but I always have more fun, so who cares? So typically done for VTubers. Oh, I think I've seen that. I have a VTuber friend, and she has a head pats thing. It's really fast though. Like it's just a disembodied hand that comes up on her head. When she moves, it's moving with her, and it pats like this. Like who gets a head pat like this and is like, oh, thanks. That feels so good. That feels good. Thank you. Keep doing that. It's to me, that's not my bag, but good for them. Yeah. Okay, let's pop into this. We will still pick up Mad Groove. It's just a lifesaver. Oh, I don't know this level. Oh, hi guys. Oh, I don't know that I can afford the things you have for sale. Cool stuff though. Oh, this is a much harder level too. This is why I don't like Osole, is this dog only hurts things by running away from them. It's really not. You can't run up to enemies. You have to run up and then run away. But I like the whip. We'll get the whip. I don't have to worry so much about facing away from things, because the whip you can attack by facing at them. Nothing here is dropping experience, though. The spawn rate is so slow. I don't appreciate this at all. Oh, thank goodness. Get the Laurel? I don't know. Oh, I can't skip. Got to get something. Let's get Ebony Wings, I guess. There's nothing else on this map except the vendors. What do the other vendors have? Whoops. Pardon me. Got the pentagram, lightning ring, fire wand, I don't know. I don't know. Song of Mana, Pichone. Hey, let's just buy Pichone. Nice. Well, that makes that part a lot easier. We don't have to wait for RNGesus to help us out. So I found the Twitch integrated throwing system. That must be it. I still have to set it up, though. So what would you have thrown? If you find a good head pat mod, just make sure it's the type of head pat you would actually want. Not a hyperactive, caffeinated, disembodied hand. All right. Spinach might be good to have too. Man. There we go. Okay, that one's dead. Candelabra doesn't augment anything that I currently own. It's not really particularly worth it. Let's love the whip. Hey, Hollow Heart. That's better. That's for the whip. I have a couple head pats in mind. A nice soft one and one that squishes my model down. Nice. Love it. All right, let's whip these guys into shape. I need a floor chicken already. Empty tome, spinach. Let's get the spinach. Yeah, I can tell I'm starting to get tired. Oh, also, it's way past time for me to end. How did I end up getting to like 2:30 and not even realizing that it was time to end the stream? If I continue down this run, I'm gonna be up. Well, nah. Let's go ahead and stay. We'll stay just to the end of this run. I can't believe how much time I blew just playing Vampire Survivors. I haven't played this in so long. And just seeing that there is a new mode got me so excited that I completely lost track of time and went well over my usual 4-hour bailout time. You guys are just that fun to hang out with. What can I say? But I do want to be, you know, a resource for my family tomorrow. Wait, is there more stuff down here? What is down here? Doesn't really look like a whole lot. Just empty. Thinking of tossing too many coins at me? I like that too. That one sounds good. Laurel, Hollow Heart. It's kind of all the same things. Ugh. And then stars raining down from above. I don't think that stuff hurts the enemies. It's kind of rude. Oh yeah, this level is very small. Garlic? Should we? Oh, sure. It might be the only, like, healy dealy we end up getting, so it might be worthwhile. Magic wand. Should we? Let's do it. Oh, wow. We killed that boss really fast. That's kind of weird. Don't know why. Don't know how. Yeah, I was making the comment before I even looked at the time. Like, hey, you know what? I'm getting so tired that I'm not talkative. And that really, that really speaks to the level of fatigue that has sunk in. If Damien is at a loss for words and is just kind of like focused down in the game, then you know, like, he's not just tired. He's like, he's fatigued. He's, oh no, that's a lot of bull. Minotaurs are running at me. There's another one. I don't think I can kill them. They're too strong. Yeah, if I run dry on words, you know I'm hitting the end of my fuel gauge, because otherwise I can just talk, and talk. What was that then? What was that sound? Oh, player spotted's done for the night. There we go. Another boss down. Can we kill these guys fast enough? These guys are a little bit rough. I feel like they have as much health as the boss we just killed. And they don't give big enough experience to be worth all the crazy amount of damage they take. We need Pomerola because we picked up garlic. Yeah, I think a lot of people like to, when it comes down to what would you like to do with your time if you had, you know, like an all-day sort of scenario with like your best friend, what would you want to do? I know some people would pick things that don't involve like a lot of talking. Like, let's just sit on the couch and binge a show. You could still do some talking, I guess, for that kind of stuff. You could still get talkative about it, about the show. But you also don't want to talk a whole lot. Or like if you do a movie marathon, like let's watch all the Lord of the Rings movies or whatever. There's not really a lot of talking involved unless you're so over listening to the movie. You would just rather talk through it. But then, I don't know, why watch a movie, like a whole marathon of something like that? Or some people like to go out and do like fishing and hunting and all that kind of stuff too. Which in some cases you do have to be quiet in order to get your quarry. And me, I just like going places and doing stuff with people that let you talk and talk and talk. I don't want to be at a venue that's too loud, or like go to watch a concert that's going to be so loud I can't hear you, or go to a movie theater where it's rude to talk the whole time. I want to be somewhere like a coffee shop. Not necessarily that we have to sit there and drink coffee, especially if you're not a coffee or tea drinker, but literally just so that I can pick your brain and have you talk, and then talk a whole bunch myself. And I have some friends who are just not talkative at all, but they like to listen. I had that happen when I was in training for a new job. I'll finish my story for those of you that are on ad-free watching. Basically, I spent like 3 whole nights with 2 different people who just like to listen, and I just told them like kind of my biggest life story. It's one I don't tell on stream, but I have a really big life story. Maybe I'll share it someday. I might have to ask for permission from some of the involved parties, so I'm not like hurting anybody's feelings or sharing too much online for people that don't want their lives online. But I could literally just tell stories to people for hours and hours and hours. Maybe that's all like Homer was back in the day. Anybody who lived to become like a famous bard, they're just like, I love talking so much, I'm gonna learn or write all of these amazing stories and force everybody to listen to me by sheer force of I'll be that interesting. That might be one of my ultimate goals in life. Learn such cool things that you'll just stay and listen and listen and listen to me. I need that floor chicken. Taxes, taxes. I don't know where the taxes come in. Might have been to something I said earlier and I've already forgot. I wasn't listening close enough to what I said. Oh no, taking big damage. Definitely more chicken. One thing Ol Sole is really good at is when you get in a pinch and you start running away, you actually do more damage, and so it's beneficial because you start sprouting out more, spouting more flowers out your butt. I love storytelling, world building too. I'm a world builder as well. I have not reached the levels where I can share in Kit's accomplishment and talking about books that I've authored, but I have a book in first revision. So, well, I guess I authored it all the way to first revision, but we're not, to the point where I would go and send it to people or get it published or anything. Needs to go through some rewrites and stuff. But it's a fantasy for whatever age group comes after young adult. I don't know what you call it. New adult. Not so young adult. Whatever that age group is, it's intended for them. And I went through immense work to world build for that story. Oof. Oh, I do get the empty tome. Neat. Taxes from Robin Hood. Yes. That is that plays every time we go to ad break. Which I think, if you're in YouTube or Kick, you can skip. Oh no, I'm gonna die. I need to get to that real quick. No, there's a clock right there where I could freeze everybody. I didn't intentionally throw, but it's a good time for me to quit anyway. So, and we didn't unlock anything. Not a big deal. I need to get off my butt and work on my story again. Yes, you do. Strongly recommend. All right. Hey, this was a huge success. The next stream that we do is not going to be a multi-stream because we're still playing through a couple games in which we have we've made some considerable progress through the game, we're coming to big climactic parts, or we're so deep into the story that I feel like it would be rude if I was just like, hey YouTube, hey Kick, let's watch me beat this game that has all this context and backstory to, and you don't get any of it because you weren't there for the previous streams. I don't think that's fair. So I'm probably going to bench YouTube and Twitch, YouTube and Kick streaming for a bit until I finish these games that are in rotation, namely Burnhouse Lane and Cyberpunk's Phantom Liberty expansion. Those will come first. The Phantom Liberty expansion we've been doing on Thursday nights, so that's what's going to be happening on Thursday night stream. Saturday night stream is going to be Burnhouse Lane. However, Wednesdays are usually our discourse for deep topics, sharing stories, critically thinking about things. So in that regard, I do believe that on next Wednesday's stream, we're going to go back into multi-streaming again, and going forward every Wednesday be in multi-stream. So it was just that easy. I don't see why I wouldn't do it every single time. We will do pretty much going forward every Wednesday. We will be a multi-stream, and as soon as we finish those other games, they will also join the multi-stream family. That is the new 2024 plan. Yes. I think Bet is calling me first. You and me both. I have been up since 8 a.m. and another 8 a.m. approaches very quickly, as I have two littles that like to wake up and immediately have needs. So wish me luck in the morning. Anyway, I love your faces. Thank you so much for being here. We're going to quit stream on YouTube. So I'm going to say thank you to my YouTube audience. Those of you who are cross-pollinators and you know who you are, I super appreciate your faces. Thanks for being here, and look forward to seeing you again on Wednesday. I'm going to